Chapter 155. I will save you. Chapter 155. I will save you. On the iron ship. Sure, Yen looked rigid as he walked on the ship like a reaper. There were corpses lying all over the deck. 3 Disaster Realm warriors were easily killed by Sure Yen, and no one could defend against him for more than 1 second. Lin Changxiao's dead body was giving cold air, still sitting on the wheelchair. Kong Air and the Beard Uncle were both killed by Sure Yen. Especially for Kong Air, he died in a weird way. As his body was thrusted into the sea, he seemed to have catched by a huge hand. His throat was cut through by Sure Yen. Those pirates also fell into the sea, while 5 were killed on the ship by Sure Yen. The rest 6 people escaped into the sea and ran away desperately. Sure Yen went into the sea like a shark and killed all the runners. After that, Sure Yen went up to the ship through the ladder. Linda was still in astonishment as she looked at him dumbstruck. 20-some warriors, including 3 Disaster Realm ones, 10 Human Realm ones, and a dozen of nascent Realm ones. Their profound chi was all absorbed in by Sure Yen. After getting their profound chi, Sure Yan's meridians started to hurt a little and his negative emotions pervaded, trying to strike Sure Yan's consciousness. After getting on board, Sure Yan glanced at Linda and thought of an idea. With the help of Linda's body, he could release his negative energy and recover his body to the peak. Once this idea popped out of his mind, he couldn't get rid of it anymore. As he looked at Linda, Sure Yan felt his body was on fire. Linda was still in great shock, not knowing that since Sure Yan absorbed too much negative energy, he was having some bad ideas about her. It was you who saved me from the green scale beast. Linda looked radiant. Why don't you admit? You are an expert. Then why stay silently on the ship? You could have killed Carmen easily. Sure Yan frowned and said indifferently, My energy recovered too slow. It's still not at my peak. It's not the peak now. Linda was shocked. I feel that you are merely at Disaster Realm, but how could you kill so many people so easily? And 3 of them were at Disaster Realm. They couldn't do anything to protect themselves. Linda took a deep breath and gazed at Sure Yan with his bright eyes. Who on earth are you? You are young but so powerful. You are not nobody. I don't belong to the endless sea. Sure Yan shook his head and explained. I wasn't here before, but you will know it later. You still won't know who I am if I tell you now. Linda guessed Sure Yan was still hiding something, so she sighed and shook her head. I know. We are nothing in your eyes. Don't say it if you don't want to. I will know it sooner or later. Sure Yan sat down on the ship while breathing heavily, and he looked at Linda with desire in his eyes. Linda was frightened. She was very familiar with such eyes. Most men looked at her in this way. Linda had experienced so much, so she could see lust from it. Go, while I'm still lucid. Stay away from me. Sure Yan bellowed. After absorbing so much energy, his negative emotions were about to lose control. An idea of pushing Linda took Sure Yan's mind. His reason was eaten away by the lust, and his mind was being engulfed by evil thoughts. What's up? Linda cried out, Are you wounded? If Sure Yan didn't tell her go, maybe she would become afraid and run away. Sure Yan's eyes were burning with lust, but he still asked Linda to leave, which reminded Linda something, and she stayed. You were good before. What's up with you now? What should I do to help you? Leave me alone. Go away from me. Sure Yan shouted again. Go quickly if you don't want to lose your virginity. Sure Yan didn't let her bind himself up. Linda was not Xia Xin Yan, so Sure Yan couldn't trust her, although the pirates were killed, but there were still other pirates. If they came again, it would be tough for Sure Yan to fight them if he was binded. Linda covered her mouth and blushed as she stepped back to the rear of the ship in astonishment. Shoo! Shoo! At that moment, that centipede appeared again. That centipede suddenly spouted poison, and it flew onto Linda's body, which frightened her a lot. Ah! Linda shouted again, and she waved her sword to fight with that centipede. As Linda's whole body was covered with greenish, stinky poison, she waved her swords, and her body gradually lost her energy. Shi Yan was breathing heavily. As he saw Linda getting hurt, he stood up, concentrated his energy, and attacked the soul of the centipede again. Meanwhile, Shi Yan grabbed that wolf tusk rod left by Beard and rushed with a vicious face. After striking Linda, the centipede suddenly fell from up in the air, and seeing Shi Yan coming, the centipede ran quickly in fear with its hundreds of feet. It knew its adversary was Shi Yan, and it could feel the murderous aura emitted by Shi Yan, which frightened it a lot. Run! Keep running! Run! Shi Yan took that wolf tusk rod, went over Linda, and stabbed it into that centipede. He triggered his energy, and the wolf tusk rod sent out pale light. Just after a few strikes, that centipede's head was smashed by the wolf tusk rod. The centipede's body was not hard for it to move swiftly. It was not so weak before, but after 2 times of strikes on its soul, it nearly collapsed. As soon as the centipede died, Shi Yan threw the wolf tusk rod away and looked at Linda with his hot eyes. Linda's body got numb and tired, and she could feel a pain in her heart. Under Shi Yan's gaze, Linda's face turned pale, and she mumbled, I'm finished. Shi Yan, promise me, save my crew. Don't let them be killed by the pirates. Please. Shi Yan breathed heavily. His eyes were burning red as he bellowed, Linda, I want you. I can save you. Wow, what? Linda's voice got weaker and weaker, but her eyes again filled with light. What do you mean? You can save me? The poison of the centipede only could be cured by poison pills from the 15 powers. Do you have one? No pills. I can save you by sleeping with you. Shi Yan gritted his teeth as his vein protruded on his face. You decide. Virginity or your life. Linda was stunned, a light crossing her eyes. As her soul was about to flew away from her body, she whispered to Shi Yan, This is my first time. Please be gentle. Linda's neck blushed as she said that. Lying on the deck on her side, Linda's curves were so inviting, her chestnut hair covering her butt. I said, be gentle. I can't even stand. How do I face Carmen and others? After a long time, the bellows disappeared. Then there came a woman's complaint. I couldn't control myself. The man's giggling voice came, How's your body? The woman was silent for a while as she was checking her body. Then she said in surprise, The poison has disappeared, and I seem to have gained more energy. I feel that something inside my body has changed. What? Shi Yan cried, and after hesitating for a while, he mumbled, Is it that your martial spirit had waken up? Chapter 156. I like obedient women. Chapter 156. I like obedient women. On the boat, Linda was blushing. Her clothes were in a mess, and her beautiful eyes were shining. With his eyes wide open, Shi Yan stared at her shocked, and then screamed, Your hair! Linda's maroon hair, which were originally to her hips, were now growing rapidly to her thighs, and still kept growing. Seeing her hair growing and shimmering, Linda was shocked too. After a moment, she untied her hair ribbon and took a tuft of hair close to her eyes for examination. A kind of magic force was working on Linda's scalp, a force coming from Shi Yan's body. The force streamed into Linda's body and seemed to have awakened the martial spirit that had been sleeping in Linda's tender body for years. My hair grew faster than normal people since I was a little kid. I cut it off, but it grew too long again. Linda said, surprisingly, but it had never grown as fast as it is now. This too creepy. Shi Yan, with his brows knitted, said, Don't worry, this is not a bad sign. Maybe this is because of the martial spirit that's in your body. For some reason, your martial spirit has never displayed itself before, but now it is awakening. Martial spirit. Linda's face was glowing. How is that possible? For all these years, how could I have any martial spirit? You must be kidding me. Sure Yan. Let's wait and see. With a faint smile on his face, Sure Yan looked relaxed. Before long, Linda's maroon hair had grown to the ground, and now she looked as if she was wearing a ground-length dress. Her hair was shining like a cloak on her back and made her a breathtaking beauty. The magic force was still working on her scalp, and gradually, Linda's eyes were tinted with a strange color, as if she had found out something from the abnormality in her scalp. Linda stopped talking to Sure Yan, and she was trying to feel something silently. Sure Yan did not break the silence because he knew this was a crucial moment for her, but he kept a close eye on her in case anything bad happened. Choo-choo-choo. Half an hour later, Linda's eyes were suddenly beaming, and her hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. Her hair had now become hundreds of thousands of fine steel needles. She waved her head, and all the needles were thrown out. Boom! The hair smashed onto a piece of board, and the board was pierced through by the hundreds of thousands of needles. Sure Yan was more than surprised. Ah! Linda was shocked too. Covering her mouth and staring at the holes that her hair had made, she cried, This! Yes, your hair made it. Sure Yan nodded. This must be a special type of martial spirit. You should feel it for a little longer, to see what's special about it, and to find some other ways to use it. Linda was shaking with excitement, though she still could not believe it. How's this possible? How? My hair. It's also a kind of martial spirit, but how's it possible? To any warrior, martial spirit was the most powerful attack technique. Warriors with martial spirit were endowed with an advantage, the ability to make the full use of their power. Therefore, with martial spirit, a warrior was able to beat another warrior of even a higher level. Linda had never thought that a person of her age could also have a martial spirit. Her excitement was beyond words. Brother! 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 Several cockle shells were coming, and Huo Ran also appeared from a submerged rock afar. For this long, not a piece of news had been given to them, and the pirates with Carmen could not hold back their curiosity any longer, so they decided to come and see. Sure Yan's face suddenly turned stern. With a merciless smile, he was ready again to fight and kill. Swish, swish. All of a sudden, Linda jumped off the boat and landed on a cockle shell. She moved among those cockle shells and went ahead. With her hair fluttering, Linda now looked like a mysterious monster, and the pirates' bodies were now soaking with blood, killed by her hair. Linda was excited, for this was the first time that she used her hair in this way. She immediately realized that she can control her hair, and the long hair was like a part of her. She could use it to kill as she wished. Her hair was as sharp as needles at one moment and as flexible as whips at the next. Her hair pierced through the pirates' bodies or tangled them before throwing them into the sea. Using her hair as her weapon, Linda moved among the pirates, killing the pirates of human realm one by one. Sure Yan smiled. He jumped off the boat and quietly stood by Linda's side and started absorbing the spirits from the dead pirates. Now, Sure Yan's profound chi had recovered to its peak at the second sky of Disaster Realm. His body was now full of power and energy. The profound chi of the dead pirates was assimilated in Sure Yan's body. Sure Yan did not join the fight. He simply watched Linda killing the pirates one by one, and then absorbed the power of those dead pirates. All of a sudden, a scream was heard from a rock further away. Fellows, retreat. The heads are dead. All of them are dead. A pirate, hidden behind a rock, looked across and found out what had happened finally. The scream of this pirate was spreading around all the rocks, and the pirates guarding Carmen's men were also panicking. They ran for their lives in all directions. The cockle shells were moving rapidly among the rocks, and the complex topography helped them. Though Sure Yen wished to kill all these pirates so as to become more powerful, facing these many rocks, he could do nothing more. In about 10 minutes, all the pirates were gone, leaving only shriveled bodies and empty cockle shells. Linda was now standing on one cockle shell and still felt exciting. Did you see, Sure Yen? Just now I killed all of them merely with my hair. Did you see that? Sure Yen nodded, smiling. Yes, I saw what you did. Good job. Your martial spirit can be very useful in battles. It was indeed out of the enemy's expectation that Linda's hair could be used like weapons. When fighting, if she suddenly used her hair, she could pierce her enemies or tangle them with her hair. In both ways, she could kill them easily. I never expected this. It's truly out of my expectation. Surprise and excitement were all over Linda's pretty face, and there was something more in her eyes when she looked at Sure Yen. You can feel your legs now. Sure Yen teased her. Hearing this, Linda was confounded for a moment, and then blushed immediately. You are such a bad guy, she blamed. Ha! Sure Yen felt happy and was just about to say something when he saw that Carmen and his men were sailing the boat toward their way. Linda, don't tell Carmen and his men anything about me. Tell them that these men were killed by some top warriors from the Three-God sect who were just passing by. I don't want Carmen and his men to know anything about me. Sure Yen said seriously to Linda, frowning. We are now in the Hangluo Sea, and to be honest, I had some unpleasant history with the Gu family and the Dongfang family, and if Carmen and his men could not keep their mouths shut and said something about me, I would be in a dangerous situation. This time he was about to go to Cloud Island to deal with the Gu family. If his identity was disclosed, the Gu family and the Dongfang family might make trouble for him on the road. If that happened, he would have to think about saving his life, let alone achieving his goals. You are enemy to Dongfang family and Gu family? Linda was surprised. What did you do? Let's talk about this later. Now, remember, do not tell Carmen and his men anything about me. Sure Yen repeated. Linda stared at him for a few seconds and then nodded, saying softly, Don't worry, I'll never let anything happen to you. Women are women. A woman would protect a man out of instinct once she had an intimate relationship with that man. And Sure Yen was Linda's first man, and she also had benefited a lot from him. It was obvious that she would not let anything bad happen to him. Even if Sure Yen were to be hunted down by the Three-God sect, Linda may help him escape, let alone the Gu family and Dongfang family. Most men were willing to sacrifice their women for their own benefits and ambition. Most women, however, were willing to sacrifice the benefits at hand, their ambition, and even their companions and friends for their men. Right, I like obedient women. Sure Yen laughed and lightly slapped Linda's hips. Women who obey can get wet easily. Linda had just had the first taste of sex, and with her sensitive hips been slapped like this, she felt as if an electric current had gone across her body, and her eyes became watery. Blushing, Linda stared at Sure Yen, while pleading, Don't do this to me in front of them, Sure Yen, or else I would gain a bad reputation. But when they are gone, I can tolerate your frivolous behavior, okay? Saying this, Linda kept her mouth shut, and her face blushed, looking shy but very tempting. Sure Yen smiled and nodded. Okay, I know you need to establish your prestige. Don't worry, I won't make you embarrassed in front of those people. Carmen is here. Linda took a light breath and hid her desire. She became as majestic as usual, with her head high and face looking nonchalant. Sure Yen thought to himself, This woman is good at putting up an act. Carmen, come here. Search these bodies and see what they have, and then sort them out. Linda started issuing orders to Carmen, Huijia, Jet, and the like. Be quick. A presbytery of our sect had just passed by and killed them all. He ordered us to clean this out, and maybe he will ask about it in the future. When alone with Sure Yen, Linda was charming and shy, but in front of Carmen and others, She was an elder sister with an imposing manner. While smiling lightly and watching her, Shi Yan felt something different at heart. Chapter 157 A Pleasant Journey. Chapter 157 A Pleasant Journey. When Carmen and the others arrived at the boat, a buoyant searching of the pirates' spoils began under Linda's direction. Weapons, medicines, and martial skills of the mortal rank were discovered one by one, along with a motley assortment of knives and gadgets and so on, which proved immensely appealing to Carmen, Jet, and some others. For instance, 2 profound martial skills were found in Kong Air and Beard Uncle's bodies, not to mention the peculiar soft armor that Lin Chongshao had been wearing, which surprisingly turned out to be a rare treasure of the spirit rank. The armor, soft as it was, could accumulate power constantly in order to unleash it when the owner was attacked, acting as an automatic defense. Apart from these, the giant ship also harbored a great amount of explosives piled like small mountains in the cabins. A glimpse of these deadly weapons could send chills down one's spine. Linda raised her head. Her eyes were impenetrably cold. She checked the collected items one by one, taking Lin's soft armor for herself as well as storing some of the medicines in her purse, before she kindly left the rest to Carmen and the others. This delighted Carmen, Jet, and the other fellows very much, and without delay they plunged themselves into the plunder and snatched whatever came to their liking. In a moment, these men fell into a heated argument concerning the distribution of the items. Some even shouted words with a flushing face. This was surely a disgrace to Linda. Knitting her eyebrows, she could not help but raise her voice and commanded, "Shut up, you guys! Draw lots to decide who should have the things you all want. If any of you still make a noise, I shall turn over the spoils to the sect, and I promise no one is ever going to get a single bit of them." The crowd was immediately tamed, and even the discussing whispers were hushed. With her back straightened and her round breast stuck out, Linda nodded satisfactorily. She threw Shi Yan a casual look and asked, "Don't you want to pick something? What's it got to do with him?" Carmen broke forth indignantly, glaring fiercely at Shi Yan. "What has he done to help us? Also, he's not one of us. How come he has the right to take our spoils?" It was natural for Carmen to make this protest, considering how much value the spoils in the ship held and how little favorable impression Shi Yan had made on him. This same sentiment soon found its echo in Jet and the others, who shouted their disagreement one after another after hearing Linda's words. Linda's delicate face fell amid the disgruntled voices. She snorted, "I never would have come here if not for his escort. He has the right to have a share when I say he has. Who's going to stand up against me?" Right at this moment, the relationship between Linda and Shi Yan had already reached a point where Linda would instantly feel rather offended whenever Carmen and the other guys threw Shi Yan unkind words. At such moments, she was anxious to teach them a lesson. Seeing Linda in rage, Carmen and Jet could only bite their lips and continued their protest silently by casting Shi Yan murderous looks, as if Shi Yan was their arch-criminal. "I'd rather pass," Shi Yan smiled, shaking his head. "After all, I haven't made much contribution to deserve the treasures." Actually, in his heart, the so-called treasures do not deserve his attention at all. Knowing that Shi Yan was not much interested in the spoils, Linda nodded lightly and indicated him with her eyes, signaling that he did not need to bother himself arguing with the likes of Carmen. To this considerate suggestion, Shi Yan shook his head, and smiling instead, meaning that he would not waste time on them, so there was nothing for her to worry about. "You guys hurry up, we'll set sail shortly. The pirate's vessel is good, but the signs left by Blood Pupil are too many. Blood Pupil is not known for his good reputation, so we'll leave this vessel to avoid unnecessary troubles." Seeing that Carmen and the others were still lost in picking the spoils, Linda shouted impatiently. The fellow men obeyed by hastening their pace. Half an hour later, the distribution was done, with the remaining items all stuffed into their ship's cabins. In an elevated mood, the men talked and laughed loudly, sailing their ship in the direction of the setting sun island. Sure, Yen still spent his time lying on the piles of all sorts of boxes and baskets, practicing martial skills secretly by himself. Only sometimes Linda would find all kinds of excuses to call Sure Yen down to her cabin now and then. Each time Sure Yen entered her room, she would bolt the wooden door by the staircase carefully, and the two of them would then have their intimate time with hushed voices. The pleasant sensations after first tasting in sexual intercourse had left Linda no appetite for food, ruminating the rapture and euphoria all the time. Therefore, she oftentimes called Sure Yen to her cabin, asking him to give her the provoking experiences again, and to have her prolific glands further opened up by him. Each time Sure Yen walked out of the cabin, Carmen, Jet, and the others would throw him suspicious looks, wondering the reason for the suddenly developed relationship between Linda and Sure Yen, doubting if meeting the pirates had given them a shared secret that bonded them thereafter. Since Linda and Sure Yen behaved quite normally before them, nobody would ever believe their relationship to be a carnal one except Carmen. "Here's your food and water." Jet came to Sure Yen's place, putting down 3 baskets of fruits and meat along with 2 jars of water in front of Sure Yen. Smiling, Jet said with a half-complaining tone, "Sister Linda asked me especially to bring you food, and that I should not cut a portion. But you really eat a ton. I worry if our food is going to be eaten up by you alone. Carmen is having an issue with this, and I'd not dare to bring you this much if Sister Linda had not asked me to." Sure Yen returned a faint smile and brought the fruits and meat from the baskets to his mouth, eating with enjoyment. "Thanks," he added. "Ah." Then Jet squatted down abruptly, approaching Sure Yen closely, and asked in a lowered, furtive voice, "Sure Yen, what did you do in that room? Do you have a secret, or what? What on earth happened when you two met the pirates alone?" With a curious face, Jet spoke rather earnestly, without forgetting to keep a vigilant eye. He looked over his shoulder to make sure nobody was around, and then continued his persuasion. "You know, I'm very reliable. I won't tell a word to others, so just let me know. Sure Yen, I'm really curious to death. Be an angel and just let me know. Just telling jokes, and Bill and Koo. There's no secret at all." Sure Yen could not help laughing. Shaking his head, he felt amused by how Jet would react if ever he knew the postures they took each time in bed. "Bill and Koo." Jet stared hard at Sure Yen with widely opened eyes for a second, then immediately said indifferently, "Want to send me away with such a lame excuse? Talking love? With Sister Linda? Haha. Do you know her status? Her family is extremely famous even in my home seas, Hangluo Sea area. She's going to be a central disciple to the 3-God sect, and you still think you deserve her? You are delirious, boy." To this Sure Yen replied an apathetic smile and said no more words. Just then, Linda's voice came from the cabin again, clear and cold, with a smack of condescension as if one was calling for a servant. "Sure Yen, come down. I've got things to ask you." Jet smirked proudly. "Ah, boy, if you can really bill and coo with Sister Linda, how come she's speaking to you like a queen? Admit it. All right, just go. Sister Linda must have some business to do with you. Better behave yourself. Don't look at the wrong places with your goo-goo eyes. You'll learn your lesson if you ever go out of the limit." Haha. Carmen was beaten blue and purple back then when he tried to look at the wrong places. You know what I mean. Don't say I haven't warned you. Haha. Obviously, Jet would not believe a word of what Sure Yen had said. Shrugging, Sure Yen walked to the cabin, smiling proudly and wondering what would Linda ask for this time. This woman was really a slut in bed, desirous to try every posture. Thinking this, Sure Yen's blood began rushing, and his eyes glittered excitedly. At this moment, the crew on board did not pay much attention to their oncoming meeting at all, except for Carmen, who had been observing Sure Yen secretively all the time. The suggestive flash in Yan's eyes made his heart throb alertly, and his face turned grimly. Heedless, Yan walked down to the cabin. Linda had long been waiting for him, and once Yan arrived by the door, her face beamed charmingly, and quietly she bolted the wooden door from within, then thrusted her soft, fragrant body into Yan's arms, her eyes overflowing with sexual desires. In her tender, suggestive voice, she smiled and said, "Let's do that today." Meanwhile, Carmen quietly moved near the wooden door. His face was gloomy and nervous. Then he carefully stuck his ear against the door. He had been on a stakeout for days, the result of which warned him with an ever-increasing voice that there was something suspicious going on between Yan and Linda. The ill omen hung over his heart like dark clouds that would not go away. For years, Carmen had an unrequited love for Linda, losing his heart to her at the first sight on the ceremony when he became a peripheral disciple of the three-god sect. Thereafter, Carmen had abandoned many chances of his success during the past years, just to follow Linda and to wholeheartedly serve her. He also successfully drove away all other suitors. Deep in his heart, Linda was the only person that captivated him and himself alone. Never will he allow anyone to lay a finger on Linda. However, the appearance of Yan roused a pressing sense of insecurity in his heart. When everyone else had not detected the usual feeling Linda had for Yan, Carmen, with his sensitive heart that knew everything about Linda, sniffed something portentous in the air. Finally this time, he could not contain the increasing suspicion in his heart, and therefore tried to find out the truth by sticking his ear on the door. In the cabin, Yan and Linda were having a romantic moment while consciously keeping down the noise and softening their movements. Therefore Carmen's detective action proved fruitless after a while. He knitted his brows tightly, and the doubt only deepened even more. His face became more grave. In principle, Linda should have been talking with Yan, as her excuse went, but the contrasting silence only showed that there was something fishy going on behind that wooden door. Jet and other warriors on the deck all wondered about the furtive behavior of Carmen, but they all remained silent, since on the one hand, those who were on good terms with Carmen would naturally protect their friend, whereas on the other hand, those who liked Linda also wanted to know the secret between Yan and Lind. Therefore, for them, Carmen was finding out the desired truth for themselves. After a long while, what Carmen heard was still a total silence. But his perseverance encouraged him to hold his breath and continue the mission. Eventually, his hard work paid off. Half an hour later, some strange, erotic pants came to his ears. Chapter 158 Deterrence. Chapter 158 Deterrence. What is Carmen doing? Do you even need to ask? He definitely wants to know what Sister Linda and that kid are discussing about. Speaking about that, it's really weird too. Ever since that kid and Sister Linda went to see the pirates together, Sister Linda had been a bit special to that kid. She occasionally wants to discuss things with that kid. Those two definitely have some secrets. There's definitely a secret. Sister Linda definitely wants that kid to do something, or else she wouldn't call him so often. I wonder if Carmen heard anything. It seems that he already stood there for a long time. Who cares? Who here doesn't know about Carmen's intentions? The warriors on the deck were all gathered together and discussed with one another. No matter if it was Huijie and those who favored Carmen, or Jet and those who believed in Linda, they were all quietly watching Carmen. They all wanted to get some news from Carmen's mouth. The group of people quietly whispered, while secretly watching Carmen at the same time. They were pretty relaxed. Suddenly, while everyone was watching, Carmen's face suddenly turned extremely ugly. Like he was cuckolded, his face was full of rage, his expression twisted, and his eyes were murderous. "Hey! Huijie! Jet!" and the rest suddenly exclaimed at the same time. They all looked at Carmen with a strange expression. "Bitches!" Carmen clenched his teeth. His expression was ferocious. Suddenly he roared. The power in his body gathered in his left hand, and a ball of bright light abruptly released from it. Rumble. The wooden door at the stair entrance suddenly shattered into pieces. Wooden shards flew everywhere. With one blow, Carmen actually shattered the wooden door that blocked everyone's questions. With such a fierce blow, Carmen himself was also blown a step back by the force. His stance was unstable. Carmen! Jet screamed, "Are you fucking crazy?" Huijie and the rest also suddenly changed faces. They didn't know why Carmen was furious about. They all exclaimed and quickly came near him, trying to stop Carmen's reckless behavior. After this blow, Carmen's momentum stagnated. After he steadied his stance, he immediately wanted to sprint down to the boat cabin. Finally, at this moment, Huijie and the rest all were able to react. They leaped a few meters of distance and all rushed to this area, trying to pull and stop him. "Fuck off!" Carmen roared. He broke free from Huijie and Jet's pulling and headed straight into the boat cabin. This boat was not very big. The cargo was all docked on the deck inside the cabin. Other than piles of food and fresh water, there was only a small wooden room. And that room belonged only to Linda. That wooden door at the stairway entrance was to prevent Carmen, Jet, and the rest from touching the food and fresh water in the boat cabin. Other than that, the little wooden room also had a door. Because Linda was the only female on the boat, that wooden room was for Linda to change clothes and rest. Carmen's explosive blow shattered the wooden door at the stairway entrance, and he immediately sprinted into the boat cabin. At this moment, Huijie, Jet, and the rest also rushed here quickly. Together they all tried to go to the boat cabin and stop Carmen. Carmen seemed to have gone crazy. The force of his human realm third sky power bursted out and blew Huijie to the side. Clenching his teeth, he sprinted towards the little wooden door inside the boat cabin and roared, "Bitches!" Carmen roared in anger and was going to shatter this wooden door with his foot. Creak! Then, at this moment, the wooden door opened by itself, and Shiryan appeared at the entrance, with messy clothes and furrowed brows. He didn't let anyone see the scene inside the room. The door was not wide, and Shiryan's physique was quite well built. Just standing at the door, he almost entirely blocked the entire room entrance. Inside the boat cabin, it was already quite dark. Everyone reached their heads to look, but realized that they couldn't see anything. "Who are you calling bitches?" Shiryan's expression was dark. He impatiently looked at Carmen and waved his hand as if driving off flies. "If you have nothing to do, go away. Don't disturb us when we're getting down to business." He was having his fun time with Linda. They were almost going to reach the climax, and Linda even let out quiet moans. But when Carmen suddenly blew open the first wooden door, it scared Linda so much that she hurriedly pushed Shiryan away, and the two scurried to put on their clothes. If it weren't for that, after Carmen's blow, his body slightly stagnated for a moment, and he was pulled back by Jet, Huijie, and the rest for a while. When Carmen rushed his way through, he might have caught them red-handed. Fortunately, Shiryan's movements were swift. He had only taken off half of his pants before. After he quickly pulled up his pants, decided to block the wooden door entrance, and obstructed everyone's view. "Kid, I want you dead." Carmen's expression was twisted. His eyes were filled with raging anger. Suddenly, spiral-shaped bright light shot out from his fingers. That light swirled and gleamed like crystal. Like an arrow, it went straight for Shiryan's chest. "Spiral spirit." Jet screamed and exclaimed, "Carmen, are you crazy? You really want to take Shiryan's life?" Spiral spirit was Carmen's best martial skill. He would never use it easily. Once he used it, it meant he really wanted to kill someone. Spiral spirit was a profound level martial skill. It could use profound chi to form into spiral-shaped spirits. It could dig into someone's body like a drill, and was very sharp and fierce. "Jet, Huijie, and the others once saw Carmen use the spiral spirit to open up 10 bloody holes in a warrior of the same level. It killed that warrior immediately. Seeing that, Carmen immediately used his most adept skill, spiral spirit, at the first encounter. Everyone was shocked. They secretly thought that this time Shurian was going to be doomed. Dodge! Nano, who was not friendly with Carmen, couldn't help but shout out, "Stop blocking the door! Dodge now! You can't hold against the spiral spirit." Shurian frowned. He blocked the door and stood still. His eyes looked at Carmen coldly, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Be easy, be easy, be easy." Beams of spiral spirit went into Shurian's chest. Shurian's clothes immediately tore open into 10 finger-sized holes. The spiral spirit was like piercers. They formed into spiral shapes and kept drilling into Shurian's skin and flesh. Unfortunately, Shurian's body, after using petrification, was hard as iron. The beams of spiral spirit made strange sounds in his chest, but it could not drill into his flesh. Bang! Shurian moved his leg, and with a massive force, it landed on Carmen's chest. Like an explosive, Carmen got blown into the air by Shurian's kick. He even hit Huijie and fell back for 5 meters, rolling to a corner of the cabin with Huijie. His mouth was full of blood. The noisy cabin suddenly became so silent you could hear a pin drop. Jet, Nano, and the rest all opened their mouths wide. They looked at Shurian with a face full of surprise, and the look in their eyes was that of astonishment. Carmen was also dazed by this kick. Disregarding the blood pouring out of his mouth, he blankly stared at Shurian. Ever since Shurian arrived on this boat, he had always been very obedient. He rarely talked with others and didn't have any conflicts with anyone. Even when Carmen and the rest bothered him, he tried his hardest to be patient and never fought back. Whether it be Carmen, Huijie, or that Jet and Nano, they all saw Shurian as a pushover. They didn't think that Shurian was any kind of profound warrior. Now, the Shurian that everyone took as a wussy was left completely unscathed from Carmen's spiral spirit, and he even kicked Carmen 5 meters into the air. Such a strange scene. Deeply shocked, all of them. "I'll kill you." Under everyone's watch, Carmen, who was mercilessly embarrassed, let out a crazy roar. He stormed forward once again like an insane demon beast. Shurian frowned. His face was full of impatience. Just when Carmen was about to go near him, he suddenly moved like lightning. He precisely held Carmen's neck and held Carmen in midair with only one arm. Carmen kept using the strength in his limbs to strike onto Shurian's body, but Shurian's expression was indifferent, and he ignored it, as if Carmen's bombardment was merely tickles to him and had no effect whatsoever. With one hand on Carmen's neck, lifting him in midair, the force on Shurian's hand slowly increased. Carmen struggled for a while. His face turned red from suffocation, and slowly it became hard for him to breathe. The shaking of his arms and legs became weaker and weaker. Shurian's eyes were cold. They glared at Carmen, as the force on his hand slowly became stronger. "Let go. Do you want to kill him?" Huijie's face instantly changed. He hurriedly rushed over. Boom! Shurian gave another lightning speed kick that blew into Huijie's chest like an iron mountain. Huijie's body then suddenly got blown into the air. Crisp fracture sounds came from the bones on his chest. Rolling into a corner of the cabin, Huijie's face was covered with blood. He stared at Shurian with a terrified face and didn't dare to move any further. Shurian didn't care that Carmen was about to gasp his life away. He frowned and observed the rest of the warriors in the boat cabin and sneered. "Is there anyone else that wants to save him?" Huijie's outcome was right in front of them, so everyone were silent. Jet, who sent food to him every day, was also frightened inside. He opened his mouth and closed it again. His expression was extremely awkward. "Shurian, don't kill him." From the wooden room behind him came Linda's voice. "Let him go! Do me a favor!" Sure Yen frowned. He hesitated for a moment, and finally threw Carmen away. Carmen's body formed a curve in the air and fell straight onto He Jie's body. It made He Jie scream in misery, and he clenched his teeth, looking very painful. Sure Yen still blocked the door. He turned his head to look behind him. Seeing that Linda was fully dressed, he smiled and walked away from the wooden door. Linda was neatly dressed. She leisurely walked out of the wooden room. The warriors in the cabin all concentrated to look at the only bed inside the room. They saw that the sheets were neatly arranged on the bed, as if there was nothing inappropriate about it. However, the redness on Linda's face and the slight lustful look in her eyes gave people unlimited imaginations. The crew members inside the boat cabin all blankly looked at Linda. They slowly understood something. If Sure Yen and Linda were really innocent, then Sure Yen wouldn't have been blocking the door all along. Carmen wouldn't have been so hysterical, and Linda wouldn't have had such a nourished glow to her face, looking so amorous. The situation was already quite clear. Brushing back her slightly messy hair, Linda pretended to be calm. Her pretty brows furrowed as she asked indifferently, "What are you all doing here?" Everyone laughed dryly and nobody spoke. Carmen's eyes were filled with hatred. His eyes swept across Sure Yen and Linda, but he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. Sure Yen scowled. He looked at Carmen, pondered for a moment, and turned his head back to Linda. "I'm going up. I'll leave this to you." Then, before Linda agreed, with an indifferent expression, Sure Yen walked straight towards the stairs. When he walked to Carmen's side, Sure Yan's was looking up, but his foot precisely stepped onto the hand of Carmen, who was limp on the ground. Crack! After a crisp sound bone breaking, came Carmen, pulled back his left hand. The bones in his hand were shattered. This hand of his was probably going to be completely crippled. Inside the cabin, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. A chill grew in their heart as they gained a new understanding on Sure Yan's ruthlessness. Dash. Chapter 159. Upgrade the Treasure. Chapter 159. Upgrade the Treasure. Sure Yen looked indifferent as he stepped on Carmen's left arm and broke it, and then he left. Carmen's forehead was full of sweats, but he could only stand with the help of He Jie. Inside the ship, in shock, Jet, Nano, and others were staring at Sure Yen's disappearing figure, and after that they looked at Carmen and He Jie with weird expression. Linda didn't stop Sure Yen. "Carmen, don't even think of revenge. You can't win him. I can't even save you if you make any trouble." Others didn't know how vicious Sure Yen was, but Linda had seen his cruelty when he killed dozens of pirates without hesitation. That battle impressed Linda a lot. Even disaster realm warriors couldn't fight back against Sure Yen. Carmen wouldn't know how he died if he irritated Sure Yen. Actually, Linda's reminder was not necessary, as He Jie and Carmen's situation made everyone realize how vicious Sure Yen was. The two were beaten in an instant by Sure Yen, and everyone knew what they were both capable of. Jet suddenly felt pity for Carmen. The girl he loved so many years went to another man, and he himself was humiliated relentlessly. Jet could understand how painful Carmen was. Carmen's face twisted just like his broken left arm. He didn't hear Linda's persuasion at all, as his eyes glittered with vicious light, seeming to be looking for ways to attack Sure Yen. Linda frowned and turned cold. "Carmen, I hope you will take it seriously. I could save you once, but I can't save you forever. He wouldn't spare you for my sake if you irritate him." "Bitch, stay away from me." Carmen cried madly. "Is he better than me? Do you know how much I gave up for you? For so many years, I protected you as my most precious treasure. Now you chose an unknown man. You are so shameless." Carmen was depressed after knowing the truth, so now he became a little crazy. Linda's expression turned cold. I've rejected you many times. You just never gave up. It's none of your business that I chose him. You think you can control my life because you love me? I don't have to change myself for you." Carmen looked hideous and breathed heavily, but he couldn't say anything, though, and stared at Linda in hatred. Through Carmen's eyes, Linda realized they couldn't be as close as before, so she sighed and shook her head and said helplessly, "Well, after this deal, we should stop our cooperation." After hesitation, Linda looked to Jet. "You too. You can leave as you like after this case." Jet, Nano, and others frowned slightly, looking somewhat lost. "Sure." Yen went back to the cargo, took out a green moonstone, and focused on injecting the cold air of the ice-cold flame into the green moonstone. Ever since he fought Lin Changshao using the green moonstone, Sure Yen had noticed how powerful the green moonstone could become. For the past days, Sure Yen had gotten about 15 green moonstones from Jet and his companions through Linda. He would inject the cold air of the ice-cold flame into green moonstone whenever he was free. Now he had 10 green moonstones, which were filled with the cold power from the ice-cold flame. When that green moonstone was absorbing ice-cold flame from the blood vein ring, Sure Yen also tried to push his profound chi into it. He focused on that green moonstone. At the center of the green moonstone, there was a small space. However, when he focused his attention, Sure Yen found that the pace became bigger. With his eyes closed, Sure Yen could feel the cold power from the ice-cold flame as it went into the green moonstone little by little. An idea popped up his mind. What would happen if he injected some negative power into the green moonstone? Sure Yen began to try as soon as he came up with that thought. As his willed, negative power moved along his arms and permeated into the green moonstone in his hand. As the negative power fell into the green moonstone, the stone was suddenly filled with murderous emotions. The negative power seemed to conflict with the cold power in the green moonstone, and it became so violent that it started attacking the cold power. Small cracks showed up on the surface of the green moonstone, and quickly it broke into small crystal stones and the cold air dissipated. The negative power drove the ice-cold flame out of the green moonstone. Carmen shrugged and said, casually, "Sure Yen is also a warrior, even though he's mediocre. He still should be able to handle my kick. I was just testing to see what realm he is really in. This kick of mine won't kill him. We're still a long way from Cloud Island anyway, so if he were to really get hurt, he can just obediently heal his injuries. This guy's background is unknown. It's best for us if he is unable to move, or else we don't know if he might do something harmful to us, am I right?" Carmen looked at the surrounding warriors and shouted, "This guy's background is unknown, and we are having a task. Letting a guy like this to stay on the boat, is it better if he were injured and unable to move, or if he's alive and kicking?" Under his watch, the surrounding warriors all had different expressions. Those who had good relationships with Carmen all lightly nodded, and those who believe in Linda didn't make any comments. They only looked at Linda. "How is his background unknown?" Linda snickered. "Didn't he say that he is a fisherman on a nearby island? If he were really a fisherman on a nearby island, why don't you just send him to whatever island around here? There are boats that come and go on these islands. He can totally just go on another boat to go back. Why does he have to latch onto our boat?" Carmen sneered. He wasn't someone with no brain. Through his observations lately, he already saw that when Linda was treating Sure Yen, she seemed to have some other ideas. He didn't know that Linda was trying to dig out Sure Yen's secrets bit by bit. He only thought that she was attracted to Sure Yen, and he felt jealous. That was why this whole mess was happening. He wants to go experience Cloud Island. Is that not okay? Linda's pretty face was starting to look bad. She threw her hair to the side and squinted at the warriors on the boat. She said coldly, "Are you guys unclear about the current situation? Do you know who is the person in charge on this task? Do you know who does this boat belong to? If you don't want to work anymore, when the task is over, you all can leave my boat." Sister Linda, calm down. "Whatever you say, we all listen to you." "Yes, Sister Linda, We didn't refute you in any way. Sister Linda, I've followed you for so many years. Wherever you go, I'll go. Please don't ever kick me out." Many warriors who leaned towards Linda all smiled to express their loyalty. Even those who originally felt inadvisable also put up a bitter face and begged for mercy when they saw that Linda got mad. Linda was quite respectable in the outer disciples of the Three-God sect. Linda's family was also very strong out of the many powers that belonged to the Three-God sect. Plus, Linda herself had an outstanding potential. She could very possibly become a central disciple in the Three-God sect. Because of that, in these people's eyes, Linda was a much bigger deal than Carmen. Although normally Linda was gentle, but once she gets mad, absolutely no one dared to go against her. Even Carmen, when he saw that Linda was mad, he smiled wryly. For a kid with unknown backgrounds, is it worth going through so much trouble? "You stay put." Linda threw a cold glare at him and shouted, "Pay full attention. Be aware of demon beasts." Splash, splash, splash. At this moment, on the water surface ahead of them, water splashed everywhere. Dark shadows quickly swam under the seawater and rushed towards the boat from all directions. "There really are demon beasts." Linda's pretty face changed. She couldn't help but scream, "Everyone be careful. It's also my first time encountering demon beasts here." Shi Yan frowned. He gazed into the sea. His expression was indifferent, but he was not nervous at all. Dash. Chapter 160, Soul Gathering Pool. Chapter 160, Soul Gathering Pool. Clouds Island. At dusk, clusters of fiery cotton-like clouds were present in the sky. The afterglow from the sunset shone on the fiery clouds, shooting off beautiful rays. The entire Clouds Island was covered with a fiery dusk glow, appeared as a magnificent scenery under the afterglow of the sun. There were also many fiery red maple leaves on Clouds Island. They appeared even more enchanting in the afterglow. The scenery on Clouds Island was unique. Once dusk came, the fire clouds in the sky and the maple leaves on the island would complement each other, creating a breathtakingly beautiful view. On the island, the natural spirit energies were also quite extraordinary. There were also 3 mines containing the fire manganese rocks. Fire manganese was a material that could be used to forge godly weapons. It has fire properties. When a high-quality fire manganese was merged into a weapon, the weapon would also gain fire attributes. If it was merged with some fire crystals, it could form into a sharp weapon with a strong heat energy. In the Gu family, most of the martial skills they cultivated had to do with swords. The masters of the Gu family all used swords. The sword mountain of the Gu family contained many treasured swords, some of which even had consciousness. The many masters of the Gu family were all experts in refining swords. Sword refinement needed many precious materials. The fire manganese was a scarce material used to refine fire-type swords. When the Gu family discovered that Clouds Island had fire manganese, they went through quite a lot of trouble to sweep away the warrior forces that dwelled on the island so that they could obtain this island. A year ago, the Yang family's Shura king, Mo Duanhuin, brought 30 Shura blood guards and brought calamity upon Clouds Island. In only half a day's time, all of the Gu family's defensive measures on Clouds Island were destroyed. The Gu family members on the island were also killed by the Shura blood guards, and the forces that were related to the Gu family were all extinguished completely by the Shura blood guards. After 1 year had passed, although Clouds Island returned to the Gu family's control, the defense on the island was still not completely reconstructed. Fortunately, because of the mysterious movements in the 4th demon area, the Yang family quietly retreated the powers that were attacking the Gu and Dongfang families back to the Kiara Sea. Seizing this opportunity, the Gu family proposed a truce. The Yang family agreed, since they were busy dealing with the demons from the 4th demon area and prepared to negotiate details on Clouds Island. On Clouds Island, Under the biggest mining mountain containing fire manganese, there were stone towers and stone walls built. The surroundings were filled with maple trees. The fiery red maple leaves surrounded the bunch of buildings, making this area into a sea of red maple leaves. On top of a 50-meter tall giant stone tower, Gujana and Gulai stood side by side, gazing into the distance. The bright afterglow was like a blush on the sky. The beams of red light came from the sky and fell inside the tower, dragging red lines onto the floors of the tower. When the sun slowly sank into the horizon, a messenger eagle came through the wind. Its speed was extremely fast. The messenger eagle found its target and landed straight on the stone window in front of Gulai. Its wings flapped twice and then stopped. Gulai raised out his hand and took off the letter from the messenger eagle. He read the contents of the letter with a frown, his expression becoming more and more ugly. Gulai was in the second sky of the Nirvana realm. He had quite a high position in the Gu family. This fight between the Gu and Yang families was caused by Gu Jiana. Thus, Gulai was put in charge of taking care of it. The Yang family repeatedly provoked them, killing the representatives on many of the Gu family's islands. Because of the losses of the family, the head of the Gu family was quite upset. He put all the blame on Gu Jiana, feeling quite discontent with Gulai. This made Gulai quite gloomy. When he took care of the matters concerning the Yang family, he was always very careful, fearing that there would be further problems on the subject. "Father, what is the situation?" Gu Jiana took a step forward and leaned towards the letter. Ji Lai's expression was grim. He directly gave the letter to Gu Jiana and said in anger, "The Yang family is truly greedy. They actually want 5 islands in order for them to agree to subside the matter." 5 islands! Gu Jiana's face changed. He immediately read the contents of the letter and blankly exclaimed, "Cloud's Island, Profound Shell Island, Iron Wolf Island, Gourd Island, and Evil Island. These 5 islands all either have mines or good medicine production. It took a lot of trouble for our Gu family to obtain each of these islands. How could the Yang family dare to ask such a big price? 5 islands at once." Gu Lai's expression was grim as he sighed. The family would never allow it. These 5 islands are too precious. They absolutely won't give them to the Yang family. However, if we don't make an agreement with the Yang family, the ones above us would blame everything on me. This thing is truly hard to handle. "Father, when we were at the soul gathering pool last time, that demon seemed to want—" Gu Jiana's expression turned a little gloomy. He clenched his teeth and said, "Since the Yang family is going too far, we can simply go all the way and accept that demon's terms. We will make those Yang family members who come to Cloud's Island stay here forever." "Demons!" Gulai's expression shifted, but he was still hesitant. "Although we are on unfriendly terms with the Yang family, but if we were to get involved with demons, once everything gets exposed, we would be hated by all. By then, other families would also despise our methods, and might even criticize that our methods are despicable. Once all of the Yang family members are killed, who would know that it was us who did it?" Gu Jiana pondered for a moment and urged, "Father, the times are different now. Nowadays we can work with anyone for profit. As far as I know, in the Endless Sea, there already are some people who are working with the dark dwellers in the 7-fold underworld. For the sake of achieving our goals, sometimes it's not bad to accommodate to our circumstances. The one that's coming might be Mo Duanhuin." Gu Lai frowned. Mo Duanhuin is the leader of the 3 Shura kings. His power is earth-shaking, unless a god realm demon comes, or else no one would be able to stop him. Once Mo Duanhuin escapes and learns that we have helped the demons come here, the 2 of us might not be able to stay in the Gu family anymore. If we fail this time, Father's position in the family would also go down. The family would never allow us to give these 5 islands, and the Yang family is infamously arrogant. We would never be able to accommodate to both sides. But if Mo Duanhuin were to be killed by a demon, Then we can get rid of ourselves from all responsibilities. By that time, the Yang family would be flown into panic, and probably Wood and Titi have time to continue making trouble. Father, you should consider carefully. Let's go to the soul gathering pool. Yes. On the south side of Cloud's Island, there was a secretive valley. In the middle of the valley, there was a pool. In Chi lingered around the pool. Above the pool water, there was a poisonous fog that was dark as ink. In the surroundings, there were many soul-calling banners that covered the entire pool. On the pool surface, there were many ghost-faced souls appearing. The pool water was like a creepy mirror. It contained an endless amount of sealed ghosts and souls. Legend has it that Cloud's Island once had a giant disaster. Everyone on the island were killed. After those people died, their souls were attracted by some unknown force and didn't dissipate immediately. Instead, they all gathered inside this pool in the valley. Inside the pool, there were endless souls. Those souls continuously swam on the surface of the water and occasionally came out to take a stroll. Cloud's Island back in the day once had an evil warrior sect. They treated this soul-gathering pool as a holy place and kept cultivating near the pool. In order to obtain the attribution of Cloud's Island, the Gu family sent out the strong warriors in the family and extinguished this evil warrior sect. All the souls of the warriors from this sect sank into the soul-gathering pool. After the Gu family obtained Cloud's Island, they obtained a deeper understanding of this soul-gathering pool. From the scriptures of the destroyed evil sect, they learned that this soul-gathering pool could connect to the sevenfold underworld and the fourth demon area. However, the soul-gathering pool was different from the gate of heaven. The gate could let the people from the endless sea enter into the sevenfold underworld and the fourth demon area, whereas the soul-gathering pool didn't have this effect. The soul-gathering pool could only let some of the strong warriors from the sevenfold underworld and the fourth demon area appear on the surface of the pool water through the infiltration of the soul. Back in the day, when the Gu family attempted to destroy the soul-gathering pool, a demon soul suddenly appeared in the soul-gathering pool. That demon appeared onto the surface of the pool and asked for cooperation from the Gu family. They wanted to make Gu family use their secret method to put different creatures and souls into the soul-gathering pool, in an attempt to use the pool to make the soul come to the endless sea directly from the sevenfold underworld and the fourth demon area. However, the sevenfold underworld and the three-god sect were never on the same path. The three-god sect went to the sevenfold underworld many times through the gate of heaven and obtained enormous resources and benefits there, but they also had deadly conflicts with the sevenfold underworld. The Gu family and the three-god sect were allies so naturally, they didn't want to help the dark dwellers from the sevenfold underworld go against the three-god sect. Because of that, not only did the Gu family refuse to agree with the dark dwellers and the demons, they tightly constrained the soul-gathering pool instead. They used all kinds of different powers to hide this area so that no one else would know about everything related to the soul-gathering pool. At the time when the Gu family was deciding on whether or not to destroy the soul-gathering pool, there were intense arguments inside the Gu family. In the end, in order to take precautions against having bad relations with the three-god sect, or for some other reason, the Gu family actually decided to keep the soul-gathering pool. But all the secrets that were related to the pool were kept hidden by the Gu family. The many constraints set outside the pool were also arranged by the top powerful warriors of the Gu family. Unless a master from the 15 forces who was an expert in seals coincidentally came here, it would be very hard for others to know about the secrets of this place. The last time that Mo Duanhuan came to cause a bloodbath in Cloud's Island, he wandered the entire Cloud's Island while riding his cyan bloodbat. He even spread out his soul consciousness to search for strong warriors and spiritual items on the island, but he still couldn't discover the soul-gathering pool. The secrecy of the soul-gathering pool was evident. The father and son duo, Gu Lai and Gu Jianga, quietly left the tower. They avoided the guards from the Gu family and went to the soul-gathering pool. The two arrived at the mysterious and strange soul gathering pool. Gulai used a secret method to open the constraint and arrived onto the surface of the pool. He sent out a streak of soul consciousness into the black light ball in the middle of the pool surface. That black light ball was formed by countless souls. The souls of these people blended together, making ferocious ghost faces that appeared on the surface of the black light ball. Gulai's wisp of soul consciousness flew in and fell on top of the black light ball. Soon, the black light ball sank into the soul gathering pool. In 10 minutes, the water of the soul gathering pool started boiling and stirred choppy waves. The filthy black water rose up and vaguely formed into a pitch-black demon figure that was dark as ink. It had 6 sharp horns on its head and was 3 meters tall. After a month, the leader of the 3 Shura kings from the Yang family of the Endless Sea, Mo Duanhuin, will arrive here. At that time, I can open up the soul gathering pool for a while. Can you guys seize the opportunity and prevent Mo Duanhuin and the Shura blood guards from leaving? Gulai didn't waste his words and went straight to the point. Mo Duanhuin. That demon flared out his fangs and claws. Its body of pool water kept swaying. It gave out a sinister laugh. Great that he's coming. Great. Dash. Chapter 161. I will be waiting for you. Always. Chapter 161. I will be waiting for you. Always. Dark clouds were gathering in the sky. Strong winds started to blow at the sea. It was an overcast, as if a rainstorm was arriving. The sea was no longer calm. Powerful waves started to surge on the sea. In the waves, a medium-sized boat was sailing with great difficulty. On the deck, Linda's hair was dancing in the wind. While appearing serious, she kept reminding Jet and the others to be careful and ordering the warriors on the boat to brace themselves up. A shipwreck was more than they could bear. The wind was gaining power, building up even larger and more powerful waves in the sea. The boat was swaying dangerously, and even Linda was a little bit worried. She kept her breath cautiously, not daring to relax for even a second. Sure, Yen was standing in the stern of the boat, frowning. His face was as serious as Linda's. This storm came all of a sudden, without a single sign. It was all sunny the moment before, and the next, dark clouds were gathering. It was rather weird. The calm-faced Sure, Yen suddenly recalled that when he was riding the cyan bloodbat with Xiaohani, a rainstorm suddenly started just like now. Back then, the clouds were pressing down overhead, and a giant, bony hand of Demon King, Bo Sun, appeared from the clouds. The hand grabbed Shura King Xiaohani and took him to somewhere in the 4th demon area. Thinking about Xiaohani, Sure Yan's mind was weighed down, and he started to feel a little bit unpleasant. And now this storm also happened abruptly, making Sure Yan suspicious. At this moment, the boat was very close to Cloud's Island. It would reach the island in a day. And at this crucial moment, the sea changed all of a sudden. No wonder Sure Yan could not relax and felt extremely doubtful. Standing on the stern, Sure Yan concentrated his spirit on his eyes and looked towards all directions. There seemed to be nothing wrong on the sea. Everything he saw with his spirit power looked normal. Sure Yan was unwilling to give up, so he stretched his spirit as far as possible, all the way to Cloud's Island. After some time, just when he was feeling too exhausted, he vaguely sensed an icy and evil chi from the direction of Cloud's Island. That chi was not concentrated, and it seemed to be dissipating between the heaven and earth, disappearing gradually. Sure Yan was surprised. He concentrated his spirit in the direction of the island to feel out it carefully. This icy and evil chi was spreading across Cloud's Island as if a mass of air was curling up on the island. This chi felt somewhat similar to the chi coming from Demon King Mara's skeletal avatar. Only this chi was weaker. Did this mean that a demon from the 4th demon area was on Cloud's Island? Sure Yan's heart sank and his face turned white. He had a foreboding that something was happening on the Clouds Island and that there was now something abnormal. Just as he was going to concentrate his spirit to feel it more carefully, the icy evil chi dispersed in the wind. By now he had used much of his spirit, causing him to be struck by exhaustion. Thus he had to relax a little bit and contemplate the issue. At this moment, the rainstorm that was about to occur stopped out of expectation and allowed the dark sky to clear up. Soon, everything became normal again. The sunset glow reappeared on the horizon. Looking at the beautiful glow, Shiryan was even more serious. At this moment, Gulai and his son Gujanga were talking with the demons at Dead Man's Pool. What's going on? The rainstorm stopped? That's really weird. True, this is rather rare. The storm was about to come at any moment, and then it stopped. There must be something wrong. Normally, when the dark clouds were gathering like this, rain would be pouring down. But now there is no rain. It's strange. I don't understand. Jet, Nano, and the others were talking about the strange weather, frowning and feeling surprised at this abnormal phenomenon. Linda silently let out a breath of relief. She jerked her head and ordered, "Everyone can relax a little bit now. Right, Linda?" Jet smiled while leaning against the deck drowsily. He looked into the direction of Cloud's Island through squinted eyes. The journey is about to end. When we have given the things to the Goo family, we can head back. Are you going back with us, Linda? Hearing this, many people on the boat were a little shocked. Then, as if remembering something, they all looked towards Linda and Shiryan. Over at the corner, Carmen and Hajar also looked at Linda with enmity. Linda's beautiful eyes shined, and she let out a sigh silently while looking at Shiryan's back. She forced a faint smile and said, "Of course I'll go back with you. I'm a member of the Three God sect. Of course I'll go back there after our mission is accomplished. That's my home. Where else can I go?" "Oh," Jet was peering at Shiryan and laughed. "That'll be the best. I was thinking that I would not see Linda again in the future. We like working for you, Linda. If we were to work for someone else, we would probably be used as a cannon fodder when danger arrives. Those men are not as kind as you, Linda." "That's right. We want to work for you, Linda." Other crew members on the boat agreed too. They all felt relieved and lucky when they heard that Linda would go back with them. Some heads of Three God sect would use their subordinates as a shield when they feel that they are in danger, disregarding the lives of the subordinates. Many friends of Jet's and Nano's died, like this on missions, due to following the wrong leader. Jet had been in Three God sect for a long period of time and knew what those little heads were like. If Linda did not go back with them this time, they would lose their leader and would be assigned to other heads' teams. Then they would be in real danger. Most likely, they would die on mission, just like their friends. Jet was watching both Shiryan and Linda secretly. He found sadness and helplessness on Linda's face, but he did not dare to say anything more. He winked at Nano and others, suggesting everyone to drop this issue so that Linda would not feel embarrassed or sad. Linda was standing in front of Jet and the others, looking sad and lonely. After a while, she gently took a breath and slowly walked to Shiryan, who was standing in the stern. She stood beside him, and the two looked at the Red Sea under the sunset glow. Their shadows were on the deck, stretching till they overlapped. Linda lowered her head and found that her shadow was overlapping with that of Shiryan's. She sighed in her heart and thought, if only they could be together as their shadows were now, how happy she would be. However, reality was... Shiryan was frowning, still thinking about the icy and evil chi that he sensed earlier. He was suspecting that something must have happened on Cloud's Island and began wondering about whether to continue this journey or not. That chi was very dispersed, but if it came together, it would be horribly powerful. No matter what kind of creature this chi came from, Shiryan was sure that he was unable to deal with it right now. If they went to Cloud's Island and encountered this creature, he was afraid that he would be no match to it. Thinking this, Yen began to hesitate. Yen. Yes. Putting aside those ideas, Yen drew a deep breath to calm himself and looked at Linda beside him. Linda's face was blushing in the sunset glow, as tender as a flower. Her eyes were bright with affection. Now she looked stunning. Linda, you look increasingly charming. Sure, Yen said honestly while staring at Linda. Over the past few days with his nourishment, Linda was indeed glowing with beauty. When in love, a woman would feel happy both mentally and physically, and would naturally be more charming. We are about to arrive at Cloud's Island, Yen, Linda sighed. Yen was a little bit surprised and frowned. He said after a while, Good times are always transient. We can be together, Yen. No matter who you are, as long as you are willing to be with me. I'm willing to follow you. Linda wanted to say something more, but stopped. I'm going to Kiara Sea. Yen waved his head. I have my ambition, and you have your family, Linda. If you want, you can come with me, and I will return to Hengluo Sea eventually. However, if I am fighting against the Dongfang family and the Gu family, it would be. Yen knew himself well. He was not that kind of person that could endure loneliness and followed rules. He would get his revenge from Dongfang family and Gu family someday, sooner or later, and he would make himself known across the endless sea. Linda's family was in Hengluo Sea and was affiliated to Three God Sect. If the Three God Sect knew that Linda had followed him to Kiara Sea, they would punish Linda's family. And that was something Linda was unwilling to see. There was no benefit for Linda to follow him when he was not strong enough to change the reality. Therefore, he did not dare to make any promises. Linda suddenly went silent. After quite a long time, Linda said slowly with her head down, My family lives on Snow Dragon Island in Hengluo Sea. If you come back to Hengluo Sea and happen to pass by Snow Dragon Island, please remember to see me in the Jorah family. Yen sighed silently and nodded. You can rest assured. I will come to see you. Someday, when I'm powerful enough, I will go to Snow Dragon Island. Then I will no longer be afraid of the Three God Sect, and I will be able to protect you and your family from any harm. Tears were welling up in Linda's eyes, but she gritted her teeth to stop the tears from coming down. She stared at Yen and said, Remember your promise, Yen. I will be waiting for you. Always. Chapter 162. Extort a Confession. Chapter 162. Extort a Confession. The next morning, the boat finally landed on Cloud's Island. Upon arriving, Yen parted with Linda and left alone. Standing on the deck, Linda silently watched Yen's disappearing back. Jet shot a yellow signal flare, and with Nano and the others, waiting for someone from the Gu family to come pick them up. Linda really cares about that guy. We even don't know who he is or what he is doing here. Poor Linda. Obviously, that guy loves to sleep around. I'm afraid Linda will never see him again. Exactly. I never expected that even a woman as powerful as Linda could not keep him for herself. If I could win Linda's love, I'd do anything and everything for her. I would never leave her. Yet this is for the best. For us, as long as Linda is here, our life in the Three Gods Sect will be fine. That's right. Jet and the others were whispering while waiting for the Gu family. Linda was standing on the deck. Her long hair dancing in the wind made her breathtakingly beautiful. Carmen, staying in the corner, was looking at Linda while gritting his teeth, feeling quite happy. The bitch deserves this. She gave him everything, and look at what she got in return. The guy took what he wanted and just left. This is what she asked for. Indeed. Hajar was also full of hatred, whispering, Carmen, we don't know who that guy is and why he went to Cloud's Island. Will he do something bad to Gu family? Should we tell the Gu family about him? Maybe they will know who he is and will deal with him. Carmen frowned, meditated for a while, and then he shook his head, said, No, not for now. Besides his name, We know nothing about him. There's not enough information for us to identify him. Let's wait until we have something on him. Then I will not only deal with that guy, but also Linda." Hajar agreed. Sure, Yen was heading to the south side of Cloud's Island by himself. Cloud's Island was about half the size of Tianyan City. Although the island belonged to the Gu family, most of the warriors and residents on the island were not members of the family. The Gu family occupied Cloud's Island. They took possession of the 3 mines on the island and made the regions they thought were valuable into forbidden areas reserved only for the Gu family, where other warriors and residents of the island could not enter. Every few years, the warriors living on the island had to hand in money and goods to the Gu family for the right to live on the island, while the residents on the island had to hand in goods and coins to the warriors. There was a rigid hierarchy on the island. The south side of Cloud's Island was where the base of the Gu family was. There were dense forests, numerous pools, and lakes. It was very beautiful and had very few inhabitants. Sure, Yen intended to go there to see if there was any chance for him to find Gu Sword Song, the person with whom he would settle the issue they had on Monroe Island while waiting for someone from Yang family. Sure, Yen had learned from Linda that the Yang family would dispatch the Shura blood guards to Cloud's Island. The Shura blood guards would ride the cyan blood bat. As long as he saw a cyan blood bat flying in the sky, he would know that the Shura blood guards of the Yang family had arrived. At that time, Sure Yen could expose himself and then go to Immortal Island in the Kiara Sea. The Yang family was one of the 15 powerful forces in the Endless Sea and had many prominent warriors. Since he could put on an identity, Sure Yen would use it willingly. He also wanted to take advantages of Yang family to improve his own power. In addition, he wanted to see Xia Xinyan again. Therefore, he had to go to Kiara Sea with the Shura blood guards. Sure Yen passed by several villages on his way, but there was not a single person in these villages. Dead silence reigned in the villages, but many of the houses were clean and tidy. Dishes were set on the tables in some houses, but the villagers were all gone. It was as if the villages had all vanished all of a sudden. Sure, Yen was confused, unknown to what had happened. Frowning, he chose to keep on heading south. He came to a dense forest at night while walking in the cold moonlight. Suddenly, the icy and evil Qi, which he had sensed before, reappeared on the island. The Qi came out and began converging on some place in the south from all directions, releasing all kinds of invisible power. Sure Yan's soul was quivering. He could clearly sense an attraction from somewhere in the south. There was more and more Qi being drawn from a river beside him to the south. Sure Yan tried to feel it carefully. His face suddenly changed, and he hurried towards that river. 5 warriors, wearing black robes and bamboo hats, were dragging along many residents, whose mouths were stuffed by cloth. They were killing them one by one, and after the residents were dead, they pushed the bodies into the river without hesitation. There were many swollen human bodies in the river, and among them were the elders, women, and children. With a single glimpse, Sure Yen found that there were at least hundreds of bodies. Plop, plop. The sound of dead bodies dropping into water filled the silent forest. The 5 warriors who were at the nascent and human rank kept pushing the dead bodies into the river. By the time Sure Yen had arrived, the last few residents had been killed and thrown into the river. Many souls who were hardly visible rose from the river. However, instead of dispersing, they were all flying rapidly to the south of Cloud Island, as if being drawn by some kind of force. There was a powerful attraction force coming from south of the island. Drawn by this force, the resident souls would not disperse immediately after they die, but were instead taken away by it. "What are you doing?" Sure Yen appeared on the river bank abruptly, asking, "Who are you? Do you enjoy killing defenseless residents?" Sure Yen knew too well that he was no good guy himself, but he kept his baseline. He only killed those who deserved to be killed, but never defenseless women and children. These people, however, had no humanity and could be called animals. They even killed the helpless elders and children. They could not be called human. Hey boy, mind yourself and leave from here. A warrior in the third sky of the human realm warned coldly. Which warrior sect are you from? Didn't you receive the message? What message? Shi Yen scorned. Then you are not a warrior from the island. The man interrupts between them and then says, Take my advice, leave Cloud's Island now and go as far as you can, or else you'll be dead before you know it. Shi Yen sneered. It looks like you won't be honest until I kill some of you. Having said this, Shi Yen immediately ran towards them. 3 minutes later, 4 of the 5 warriors were dead, leaving the warrior who opened his mouth first as the sole survivor. His bamboo had been torn off and was under Shi Yan's foot now. This warrior, while lying on the ground, was staring at Shi Yan in shock as he asked, Who on earth are you? Do you know who you are dealing with? To be our enemy, you are asking for trouble. Now tell me, who are you? Why did you kill these people? Shi Yan asked. You'll regret this. The man on the ground gritted his teeth. Ka. Shi Yan picked up a dagger and cut off the man's left hand. Without any expression, he said, I ask and you answer. I don't want any of your bullshit. The man on the ground was screaming out in pain. Sweat ran down his forehead and his body was cramping. Ka. Shi Yan cut off his right hand and said coldly, I count screaming as bullshit. How dare you? How dare you to do this to me? I'm one of the Gu family. You'll be sorry. You'll die a very ugly death. The warrior screamed. Ka. With one more move, the warrior's foot was also cut off by Shi Yan, who kept asking, Why are you killing these people? I don't know. I know nothing. I was just following orders. We were ordered to kill 300 residents at a particular moment. Besides this, I know nothing. The man on the ground screamed fearfully. Many others like me received the same order. We don't know why, we really don't. Okay, that's the truth. Shi Yan nodded and cut off the man's head. Then he stood up and kicked the 5 warriors' bodies into the river one by one. Throwing away the dagger and washing the blood off his arm, Shi Yan continued to go south. On his way, Shi Yan found that many bodies were piling up by the rivers in sealed caves and in deep pits. Their souls were all acting abnormally. All the souls were of common folk. Hundreds of thousands of them were killed by the warriors of Gu family. Shi Yan had killed another 3 groups of warriors of the Gu family as he traveled. He absorbed their qi, but wasn't able to obtain any other information from them. It seemed like these warriors who had received orders to kill these people truly didn't know the reason. They were simply obeying orders. Then the sun started to rise above the horizon. The force attracting the souls to the south suddenly became extremely powerful. Shi Yan, who was now among many old trees, clearly sensed the abnormality on the island. Even his own soul was attracted by this horribly powerful force, acting as if it wanted to leave his physical body. The blood vein ring on his hand was also shimmering like a bulb that was about to explode. Looking at the ring, Shi Yan was shocked. He could vaguely sense that the ice-cold flame sealed in the ring was having a very strong reaction to something. Frowning, Shi Yan concentrated his mind into the blood vein ring to see what had changed in it. Soul collecting bead. Soul collecting bead. The bead is on the island. The consciousness of the ice-cold flame was heard from the ring for the first time. Dash. Chapter 163 Soul Gathering Beast. Chapter 163 Soul Gathering Beast. Ever since its emergence on Monroe Island, the cold ice flame had not uttered a single word, not even when it took over Shi Yan's body and consciousness. All it aimed for was to gain a full control over Shi Yan. On the other hand, Shi Yan also presumed that this ice-cold flame was only crudely equipped with a primitive consciousness that forbade any possibilities of communication. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine his shock when receiving the first message sent by the flame inside the blood vein ring. Only now did he realize that this ice-cold flame was in every way capable of communicating with its consciousness. The only reason why it had not made the move earlier was that it did not care to talk at all. Actually, for the ice-cold flame, there was absolutely no need to talk to Shi Yan, this weak wretch whose soul could be occupied in a minute. This time, however, when the ice-cold flame detected Shi Yan's soul consciousness entering the blood vein ring, it immediately responded. It showed a mood of intense delight, which proved that it must have been attracted by something. Under an ancient tree, Shi Yan was sitting with a face full of calmness. His soul consciousness had already plunged into the depths of the blood vein ring, causing his eyes to glitter and flash. The soul-gathering bead. Here's the soul-gathering bead. Inside the ring, the ice-cold flame was still lost in its reverie, shouting excitedly. It had condensed into a small flame that swayed softly. The soul-gathering pearl! I need it. Knitting his eyebrows, Shi Yan held his breath and concentrated. He engaged in a conversation with the flame through his soul consciousness. You want the pearl? Wait until you find a way to get out of the ring. You bastard! How dare you insult me? Don't you believe that I can get out immediately, freeze your soul, and crack it? Wow, can you? Don't make me remind you that tried to do that for the past 3 years. But did you succeed? I would have controlled you if it weren't for this stupid ring of yours. Mind you, you better let me out soon, or you'll regret it for your whole life. Assuming its usual arrogant air, the flame kept shouting words of threat inside the ring, blind of its poor situation. Not interested. Shi Yan's face was full of contempt as he slowly withdrew his soul consciousness from the ring. However, the ring kept blinking since the ice-cold flame had no desire to end this conversation yet. It struggled desperately inside the ring in order to exude its coldness to draw Shi Yan's attention. However, this attempt failed, and Shi Yan, who did not show the slightest notice, resumed his journey to the southern area of the Clouds Island. On his way, more bodies of the slaughtered common people came to view, with hundreds of corpses piled in every hidden corners like hills. Shi Yan's face took on a sullen look, and a deep hatred rose in his heart for the Gu family. The hair-raising deeds by the Gus approached those of the wicked sects. The way that the innocent people were murdered savage, bloody, and utterly inhumane. The strong soul power he had sensed earlier in the southern part of the island did not last long and disappeared after a short while. Secretly, he tried to detect more souls fleeing from that area, but he didn't find any, which meant that someone must have known that all the souls had been absorbed and thus turned the evil power off. The soul-gathering bead. Shi Yan tightly knitted his eyebrows. He had never heard of this pearl. But judging from the tone that the ice-cold flame had when it shouted that name, extremely aroused, the ice-cold flame must know the origin and utility of the soul-gathering pearl. It was tempting to exact some information about the pearl from the ice-cold flame, thought Shi Yan, but it was equally tempting to first tone down its rampant flame a bit. Otherwise, the ice-cold flame would keep behaving ridiculously arrogantly, even to the extent of throwing threatening words to Shi Yan. The blood vein ring continued its glittering even more fervently. Shi Yan gave a scornful smile, knowing that the ice-cold flame inside the ring had reached the limit of its patience. Ignoring the glittering ring, he continued his journey. Inside the ring, after a hard endeavor, the ice-cold flame realized that Shi Yan will not talk again in a short time, eventually lost its hope. All this while Shi Yan had been observing the ring. Satisfied after seeing the ring fall into a slumber again and not glittering anymore, a proud smile played across his lips as he advanced on. 3 hours later, Shi Yan jumped into another ancient tree whose thick foliage constituted the best shelter to conceal himself. There, he once again plunged his soul consciousness into the ring. So, can we talk peacefully now? Shi Yan asked. Sure. The ice-cold flame immediately replied. Good. Then tell me the origin of the pearl. I need to know what it is, and how can it be used? The soul-gathering pearl is a kind of demon crystal belonging to the soul-gathering beast, who is one of the most ancient demon beasts that has ever existed between the heaven and earth. It feeds on all kinds of living being souls, and the more souls it absorbs, the more quickly it evolves, eventually becoming extremely powerful. Soul-gathering beasts of level 7, 8, and 9 can produce a kind of demon crystal, which is exactly the soul-gathering pearl that can absorb souls and turn them into pure soul power. Very precious, I'd say. Then does it benefit you, the soul power accumulated in the pearl? Of course. It will benefit to all living creatures that have a soul. If we can get this pearl, my soul and life form can evolve to perfection. It's the same for you. With the soul power gathered from the pearls, your life form can improve too. You may even form a sea of consciousness. Shi Yan's heart jumped to his throat. The sea of consciousness was formed when a warrior enters the realm of nirvana by gathering his soul consciousness. Its value is beyond imagination. However, unless a warrior enters this realm or above, there is no way for him to have a sea of consciousness. But the ice-cold flame had just divulged a piece of news of thunderous importance. With the soul power accumulated in soul-gathering pearls, he can improve his life form and obtain a sea of consciousness. If so, this soul-gathering pearl will beat even the divinity medicines and pills. How's that possible, forming a sea of consciousness? Sure, Yen asked with caution, trying to get more information from the ice-cold flame. The soul-gathering beast is one of the most mysterious demon beasts in this world. Its existence per se is a miracle. The reason I came to know about this beast and the pearl is that once many powerful guys had wanted to absorb me. When they tried to take over my consciousness, I obtained their knowledge and memory in return. The origin of this soul-gathering beast I read from a memory of a divine warrior's, and that was 100,000 years ago. Now that so many years have passed, it's probably no longer a secret anymore. So it's true that a sea of consciousness can be formed. Sure, there are two aspects in martial arts practice: physical exercise and soul improvement. You warriors are born with a physical body, so you begin with the first aspect. Later, you experience a gradual transition to soul improvement. However, for us, or those who do not have a physical body, we begin by improving our souls. Then comes the need to seek a physical body. After a brief pause, the ice-cold flame continued its speech. So, basically, all of us need to struggle for a better body and soul, to repair our defects and climb to the higher rung in the ladder of evolution. In the earth and heaven, there exists many mysterious things that can help us accelerate our improvement. The soul-gathering pearl is just one of such a treasure that can strengthen your vitality and improve your life form. The pure soul power in it can restore your soul and facilitate the making of a sea of consciousness that beats every other warriors of your rank. Throughout the long years, the ice-cold flame had come to obtain a great deal of knowledge and memory from powerful warriors. Hence, its good command of information concerning human warriors. Its speech had been quite logical and easy to understand, giving new knowledge to Shi Yan about the ultimate truth of a warrior's life, even though he had only heard about it once. So this soul-gathering pearl really is beneficial for me. Of course, the soul power residing in it is wondrous. Also, when the pearl is drenched in water, it can transform into soul mirror, used to beckon powerful spirits from other spaces. In earlier years, there seemed to be a wicked sect that used the soul mirror to get powerful spirits from other spaces to fight for them. Normally, those spirits are bound by rules of the heaven and the earth. So once they enter our world, their vitality will be greatly reduced. Therefore, even if they could force into our world successfully, it is still hard to say if they can use their power to the fullest extent. However, it is a different story with the spirits beckoned by Soul Mirror. They can get rid of the rules and give free rein to their soul power, not reduced in the least. Soul Mirror? Powerful spirits from other spaces? Sure, Yen murmured to himself. Suddenly his eyes flashed as he felt the sensation of a cold and wicked air. The sensation seemed similar to the air emitted by the Demon King, Bo Sun. So could it be that someone from the fourth demon area had arrived in this island? But why would they? And the Gu family? They had killed every resident in the island they saw so that they could put the dead souls into the soul-gathering pearl. What is their purpose? Could it be that they were trying to beckon the demons from the fourth demon area? What could they do with the demons? To destroy the Yang family. A train of thought quickly flitted across his mind, sweeping away the doubts. Gradually, his eyes regained the brightness of clarity with his thoughts becoming organized. Now he was sure that the Gu family was bent on beating the Shura blood guards of the Yangs. As is known to all, the feud between the two families was unshakable. With the assistance of the Soul Mirror, powerful demons of the fourth demon area could be beckoned, and it would be a breeze for a demon above the god rank to exterminate a powerful warrior of the third realm of the sky rank. A warrior is utterly destroyed when his soul is devastated by the demon's soul power, leaving no chance of recuperation left for him. This is even more horrible than destroying his body. Shi Yen was struck dumb with fear. The ice-cold flame's words corresponded with his long-term observation, which assured him that he had known the fiendish plot of the Gu family. The three Shura kings of the Yangs were all of the sky rank. Thus, whichever one was sent here would be mercilessly destroyed by the demon beckoned from the fourth demon area, since the gap between their rank was huge. Shi Yen sank into a thoughtful silence. Only after a long while did he speak again to the ice-cold flame inside the ring. Do you have a way to obtain the soul-gathering pearl? Sure, I do. The ice-cold flame instantly replied rather excitedly. Chapter 164, Promise. Chapter 164, Promise. South of the Hangluo Sea, a clear blue sky, where the sky and sea merged, and it looked like the Azure Sea. Under the clusters of white clouds, dozens of cyan blood bats carried Shura blood guards while slowly flying towards the direction of Cloud's Island. On the bodies of the cyan blood bats, the Shura blood guards stood with cold expressions. The demonic atmosphere on them was as if they just returned from the bloody battlefields. In the front, on a level 6 cyan blood bat, Mo Duanhuin slightly squinted his eyes as if he was asleep. Next to this cyan blood bat, there was a pure, white flying lion. Flying lions were born with wide wings that flashed with electric sparks and had the force of wind and thunder when flying. Wind Thunder Lion, a level 6 demon beast. It was fast as the wind, and its wings could form lightning. It was the most powerful demon beast, tamed by the evil wonderland of the Kiara Sea. On this Wind Thunder Lion, there were 2 girls sitting. They both wore veils, and their eyes were as bright as gems. Their exposed necks were fair as snow and had a porcelain glow under the sun. Sister Xinyan, why did you decide to come here? He Qingman stretched, while saying lazily, There's nothing on Cloud's Island, only a pile of stupid rocks. You don't even care about that. Why would we come here to waste our time? I didn't tell you to follow me here. Xia Xinyan curled her lips, and then said lightly, You had to come and run around with me instead of staying still in the evil wonderland. I didn't ask you. You asked for it yourself. He Qingman's amorous eyes, having an intoxicating flavor to them, slightly squinted. In the past 3 years, instead of returning to the Xia family, you insisted on following the Yang family to get involved against the Gu and Dongfang families. Why? I'm very curious. I heard from someone that you're doing this for a man. Xia Xinyan's pretty brows furrowed. Who did you hear that from? This you don't have to worry about. He Qingman's beautiful eyes were smiling while her hair flew in the sea wind. Her body was curvy. While wearing a tight leather suit, big parts of fair skin was revealed on her body, causing her to look very sexy. Sister Xinyan, is it really true? Even if you don't tell me who it is, I still know who told you about this. Xia Xinyan snickered. Was it your senior disciple Xia Kuei? He wants to use you to get information out of me, right? Sister Xinyan is so smart. He Qingman squinted. She didn't try to deny it and smiled delicately. My senior is passionately devoted to you. For years he's been pursuing you all along, but got no reaction from you. This time you went out of the sea to find a fake gate of heaven and even ignored him even more than before. My senior didn't understand why, so he spent a lot of time to inquire about it. Then he finally heard that when you were at that remote place, you met a kid that was abandoned by the Yang family for many years. I even heard that kid died. Who said that he died? Xia Xinyan snickered while she said with emphasis, Even if he were dead, I would never accept Xia Kuei. Sister Xinyan, you really do have something for that guy? He Qingman exclaimed. This time she truly revealed her curiosity. I was only teasing you before. Although my senior kept talking about this, I didn't believe that Sister Xinyan would favor a guy in the first sky of the disaster realm. I heard that the guy lived in that remote place all along. Sister Xinyan, you only knew him for such a short amount of time. How did this happen? He Qingman's eyes were filled with astonishment as she sat up straight, seeming very interested about this. The shadow of a figure suddenly appeared in Xia Xinyan's mind. Under He Qingman's stare, Xia Xinyan's pretty brows were wreathed by faint sadness. Her clear and beautiful eyes also started to grow hazy and distracted. She started to recall some memories, as if forgetting everything around her. He Qingman quietly watched Xia Xinyan, as her mind was filled with curiosity about the man that Xia Xinyan had been so concerned about all this time. She wondered what methods that guy used to have actually become so unforgettable to the precious girl of the Xia family. Her senior, Xia Kuei, was incredibly talented in the evil wonderland. Not only was he good-looking, the power he had was even more profound. He was the strongest disciple with the most potential in the evil wonderland. He Qingman was very familiar with the charm of her senior. She knew how many female junior disciples were secretly in love with Xia Kuei. If such an outstanding man couldn't move Xia Xinyan, what gives Shi Yan the chance? He had been dead for so long, yet he still made Xia Xinyan unable to forget him. Ai, too bad he's already dead. Or else, I really want to meet him to see why he's so special. After a long moment, He Qingman sighed in regret. She shook her head and murmured, I really don't believe he's better than my senior. My senior is in the second sky of the Earth realm. No matter how hard that guy works, he will never be my senior's enemy. Xia Xinyan frowned as she said lightly, his realm was indeed not as good as Xia Kuei's. Of course. My senior is a famous cultivation madman in the Kiara Sea. At 27 years old, he's already in the second sky of the Earth realm. Such a young age with such a high realm. You really can't find many people like that in our Kiara Sea. He Qingman's eyes were smiling as she glanced sideways at Xia Xinyan. Sister Xinyan, he can't compare to my senior in any way, right? He started cultivating at age 17 and used 1 year to enter into the first sky of Disaster Realm. He has at least 3 martial spirits on him. Xia Xinyan didn't even look at He Qingman as she said coldly, Speaking of talent and cultivation speed, let alone Kiara Sea, even the young talents of the entire Endless Sea can't compare to him. He Qingman was shocked. After a long moment, she finally glanced quietly at Mo Duanhuan in the distance. She clicked her tongue quietly and murmured under her breath, Indeed a freak. Luckily that guy is not around anymore. Or else if the Yang family had such a crazy guy, they would probably get even more arrogant. God knows what kinds of appalling things they would then do. He's not dead. Xia Xinyan snorted and said lightly, "When the Yang family got the news about him from me, the head of the Yang family spent 3 drops of immortal blood to use a great oracle. It indicated that he is still alive, and well. Plus, it pointed out that after 3 years, he should be appearing on Cloud's Island. Right now, he should be on Cloud's Island, using 3 drops of immortal blood, just to know if he's alive or not. Yang Qingdi really cares a lot about him." He Qingman exclaimed and finally nodded. Indeed, after cultivating for more than a year, he immediately stepped into the first sky of Disaster Realm. With a crazy guy like him, no wonder the Yang family would go through such great expenses. Xia Xinyan's pretty brows slightly furrowed as she sighed. But the head of the Yang family said that this journey will be very dangerous. He said that some changes might occur on the island. "Qingman, I had to come, but you shouldn't have followed me. Now that I have cleared the situation, it's still not too late for you to leave." "No, no, no." He Qingman kept shaking her head. She smiled delicately. "You know I like danger. Since you said that guy is on the island, then I definitely have to see for myself. After you have praised him so much, I have become more and more curious about him. I really want to see what he has that attracts you. Sister Xinyan, did he already take advantage of you? Else, why would you defend him so much?" Xia Xinyan's neck suddenly turned red. She intensely rolled her eyes at He Qingman and then scolded. "Stupid girl. If you keep bullshitting, believe it or not, I'll throw you off of here." "Hey, hey, hey!" He Qingman smiled and yelled out, "You should know that this Wind Thunder Lion is my mount. Aren't you being too rude? I know I hit your soft spot, is that right? Oh, Sister Xinyan, how could you have been taken advantage of by that despicable guy? Humph, I haven't even touched Sister Xinyan yet. If I were to see him, I will definitely go deal with him. I'm too lazy to bother with you." Xia Xinyan shook her head in frustration. She seemed to know that this girl was hard to mess with. 7 days until we arrive at Cloud's Island. Then, at this moment, Mo Duanhuan, who was in front of them, suddenly turned back his head and said callously, "This trip will have many unknown dangers. Although I made preparations, but I still can't guarantee that we are perfectly safe. I hope you too realize that this journey will put our lives at risk. From now on, you should be more careful. Xia girl, you should still remember Zhao's misfortune. Don't get attacked by someone halfway and not even realize it." After Mo Duanhuan said that, the look in Xia Xinyan's eyes changed as she immediately said, "Understood." He Qingman stuck her little tongue out. She made a face at Mo Duanhuan and giggled. She wasn't afraid, but she didn't continue blabbing towards Xia Xinyan either. In her mind, there was a deep curiosity and confusion. She didn't know what kind of person Shi Yan truly was, such that he could be so unforgettable to Xia Xinyan. Cloud's Island. On an old tree, Shi Yan was still bargaining with the cold ice flame. "If I were to obtain the soul gathering pearl, I want 70% of the soul power in the soul gathering pearl. The rest 30% will be yours," Shi Yan said with his mind. "I have a body of flesh. When encountering dangers, I have the highest chance of vanishing my soul completely. You are hiding in the ring, so you won't face much danger at all. Besides, your life form is special. You almost unperishable. The danger I will encounter is bigger, so I deserve to have more. Kid, you are too greedy." The ice-cold flame yelled in the blood vein ring. "What's the use of your body? Without my method and power, once you get near the soul gathering pearl, your soul would disperse. If I didn't tell you, you wouldn't even have known what the soul gathering pearl is. Stop bullshitting. I want 70%. I should be getting 70%. The ice-cold flame was so mad it kept releasing cold energy inside the blood vein ring. "The most you can get is 30%, or else even if I don't do anything, it will kill you. Then I can turn back now." Shi Yan sneered. "My interest in that soul-gathering pearl isn't that big anyway. Once I step into the nirvana realm, I can still form the sea of consciousness myself. I don't have to hurry anyway. Stop lying. Haha. The cold ice flame laughed creepily. Your mind can't lie. I know your true thoughts. You won't give up on the soul-gathering pearl. I know you really want it. Shurian put up a wry smile. He didn't know that the ice-cold flame's consciousness was so strangely mysterious that it could actually see through his thoughts. After a moment of silence, Shurian said again, Whatever, I'll take a step back. I'll have 60%. The rest 40% will go to you. Your realm is too low. You won't be able to handle 60% of the soul-gathering pearl's power at all. The ice-cold flame mocked. You will immediately be defeated by the force of the soul power. Kid, you're too greedy. This will only become harmful to you. How about this? Shurian suddenly said in delight. I'll take however much I can absorb. How's that? The rest that I can absorb will all go to you. All right. The cold ice flame immediately agreed. I thought you were going to share the soul-gathering pearl's soul power with that Xia Xinyan woman. I know that you have that woman in your heart. That woman's realm is a lot higher than yours, so the soul power she can handle is also a lot greater than yours. But if it's just you, then sure. However much you can absorb, you can absorb. You just have to give the rest to me. Deal. Deal. Dash. Chapter 165. Scheming with Demon Dwellers. Chapter 165. Scheming with Demon Dwellers. On the south side of Cloud's Island, in a hidden valley, many giant trees casted shades that covered the ground and sky. Inside the valley, there was a gray fog. The fog continued to linger and did not dissipate. In the fog, the valley was filled with dead silence. There were no demon beasts, nor any trace of warriors. The condensed fog covered the sky above the valley. The bright sunlight couldn't even go through that fog and into the valley. When Yin got to the entrance of the valley, he felt that the air was moist and knew that there had to be some sort of water source inside the valley. Following that cold, evil presence, Yin followed along until he found the valley. When he arrived there, he suddenly felt that the cold and evil presence suddenly disappeared without a trace. The further he was from this valley, the more he could feel the unusualness of this place. However, when he was actually here, he couldn't feel anything. This gave Yin a feeling that could he have found the wrong place. Hiding on an old tree at the entrance of the valley, Yin gazed far into the valley. He realized that the valley was covered by the fog and nothing could be seen. He didn't know what was inside the valley. He didn't rush to get into the valley. Yin hid himself on the old tree and silently waited. After 3 days, suddenly a strong soul power came from the thick fog in the valley. Following that from all directions on Cloud's Island, souls that couldn't be seen by the naked eye were attracted by the valley and all gathered here. They formed into gray, dark lights, flying in the valley, and disappeared within a second. Yan's face changed. He gazed into the distance and realized that in the depth of the valley, there were countless dark lights flashing. If each one of the lights represented a soul, then the souls present in the valley would be up to thousands or even tens of thousands. God knows how many people were killed by the Gu family. At the same time, that cold, evil presence suddenly spread out from inside the valley. Like drifting smoke, it permeated into the entire sky of the Cloud's Island, as if it was gathering something, changing something. Standing outside the valley, this time Yin clearly sensed this cold, evil power. It definitely came from the demon dwellers of the 4th demon area. At this moment, Yin finally confirmed his guess. The blood vein ring on his hand flashed. The cold ice flame inside seemed to have something to say. Yin looked at the blood vein ring and sank his consciousness inside. What is it? It's in the valley. It's the soul-gathering pearl of the level 8 soul-gathering beast. The soul-gathering pearl is in the water The water is filled with souls. It can be confirmed that the soul-gathering pearl sank into the water. It can form a soul mirror to connect two dimensions. The cold ice flame screamed with delight. The soul-gathering pearl of a level 8 soul-gathering beast. Yen was surprised inside. Then wouldn't the soul power inside be even more strong? Of course. The cold ice flame seemed very excited. You don't need to use your mind power to probe around the valley anymore. Someone set very heavy constraints inside the valley. There are people stronger than you who are inside the valley. If a corner of your mind power were to be revealed, you might be immediately discovered. That cold, evil soul should have came from the 4th demon area. Could it be that he's already here? The 4th demon area. The cold ice flame felt a little strange. In my memory, this demon area has the least number of strong masters. In the 4 demon areas, the first has the strongest demon dwellers, followed by the 2nd and 3rd, and the demon dwellers in the 4th demon area are the most useless. I knew that the 1st demon area was sealed a long time ago, so no one can enter. Are the 2nd and 3rd demon areas sealed too? When the sky and earth were first born, the cold ice flame already had a simple consciousness. In its long life, many strong masters tried to absorb it. Those masters were, without exception, all top figures of Grace Mainland. These people's memory and knowledge was also extraordinary. From those people's memories, the cold ice flame learned about many secrets that very few warriors knew now. Its understanding on the different demon areas may even exceeded the head of the Yang family, Yang Qingdi. You know things about the 4th demon area? Yen was surprised. Of course I know. I obtained a lot of knowledge and memory, which includes the 4 demon areas. In the 4 demon areas, the 4th is actually the weakest. From many people's memories, I've seen them go to the 2nd and 3rd demon areas, plundering precious resources from the demon areas and battling with strong demon warriors. They fought incredibly hard, almost tearing open the demon mountain cloud, sea of the demon area. In this regard, the cold ice flame didn't mind Yen knowing. Just some casual words already made Yen shocked to his heart. From the cold ice flame's explanation, it wasn't difficult for Yen to realize that the guys who tried to get a hold on the cold ice flame all had invincible powers, one of which could even leisurely walk through the 2 dimensions without the help of a gate of heaven. His heavenly powers were limitless, such that he almost had no opponents while going through both dimensions. So many strong figures, there were just no one who could truly absorb you. Yen was surprised. That guy, Nyetian you mentioned, he had no opponents throughout many dimensions. A figure like such, was he also not able to absorb you? I once merged into his soul. The cold ice flame immediately became dispirited. He was too strong, I couldn't fight back at all. I merged into his sea of consciousness and became one of the 3 soul powers inside. There was also 2 other strong living consciousnesses. They were also enslaved by him. This guy was too terrifying. I couldn't fight back at all. How were you able to escape? When he was rising from the 3rd sky of the true God realm into the King God realm, he was bombarded by many masters of the same realm. While he was having a breakthrough, his soul couldn't be distracted. And at the same time his body was destroyed by many warriors of the same level. The other 2 guys and I secretly escaped from his sea of consciousness. He lost us, the 3 soul powers, and his body was also already destroyed. So, he was probably completely destroyed. 3rd sky of the true God realm. Yen was stunned. That guy really was frightening. In his soul's sea of consciousness, there were actually 2 other life forms merged in. Those 2 guys, were they like you also sky fires? They weren't sky fires, but they were 2 of the most extraordinary lives in the world. We're different from you humans. We naturally only have souls and no bodies. The gods purposely did this to us. If we had natural bodies, then you humans would never be our opponents. Shi Yan was filled with surprise. He realized that when conversing with the cold ice flame, he could obtain a lot of incredible old knowledge. Some experiences of the cold ice flame were truly like a book of ancient history and strong masters. Its understanding of masters and cultivation was definitely more thorough than those of many god realm warriors in the endless sea now. Don't worry, right now the soul that is overflowing from the valley is too scattered. It's only the extending of consciousness without the accumulation. It wouldn't be the true arrival of the soul. The cold ice flame thought Shi Yan was scared. It consoled him. The reason why there are so many people here is to use these souls to form the soul bridge and let that person's consciousness split and attach to these souls. When his consciousness is completely divided into thousands of pieces and form into one, then his soul would be able to truly arrive. How do you plan on getting the soul gathering pearl? Shi Yan asked. When that guy comes here. The cold ice flame explained. The soul gathering pearl naturally has the power to absorb souls. On normal conditions, once you and I get near the soul gathering pearl, our souls would be immediately influenced by the power of the pearl. I can still endure it, but your soul would be immediately sucked in by the soul gathering pearl. But once the soul gathering pearl forms into the soul mirror, the soul power of the pearl would be used to operate the soul mirror. Then, at that time, it won't have its soul-absorbing power. As long as you jump into that water on right time, I will use my power to seal everything in ice. By then you would be able to obtain the soul-gathering pearl. If that demon dweller's soul is also near the soul-gathering pearl, wouldn't I be immediately killed by the demon dweller? And if the soul mirror is removed, then the soul-absorbing power of the pearl would come back. At that time, what would I do? The demon dweller is here to do something important, so he wouldn't be near the soul-gathering pearl all the time. Once that demon dweller leaves, we can re-enter into the water that's hiding the pearl. When you get the soul-gathering pearl, I will immediately tell you the methods to control the pearl. By that time, even if the soul mirror were to disappear, you won't have to worry about the soul-gathering pearl causing any harm to you. What if the demon dweller's soul comes back? Haha, then he'll be seeking his own demise. Without a body, a demon dweller with only a soul can't hold against the soul-absorbing power of the pearl at all. The biggest use of the soul-gathering pearl is to absorb souls. Souls with bodies still have a foundation. The influence they receive from the pearl would be many times smaller. But once the soul leaves the body, and if it gets in the range of the soul-gathering pearl, even a god realm master would have a very difficult time escaping from the soul-absorbing power of the pearl. If that demon dweller realizes that you can control the soul-gathering pearl, when he meets you, he would escape much faster than you do. Haha. A smile suddenly appeared on Shi Yan's lips. So if I gain control of the soul-gathering pearl, I'll have the power to go against that demon dweller. Of course, at that time I will tell you how to control the soul-gathering pearl. Once we get the pearl, you should go find that demon dweller immediately. A demon dweller that dares to bring his soul from the demon area has to be very strong. If his soul were to be absorbed into the soul-gathering pearl, it would have more soul power than tens of thousands of civilian souls combined. You can't put it to waste. Then you just wait. Once that demon dweller's soul leaves the valley, we will enter into the valley. The constraints in the valley has no use against me. By then, I will release my power and freeze all of the constraints. You will be able to go straight through. Good. Let me think. Even if the soul-gathering pearl has to maintain the soul mirror, once you touch it, it can still form soul attacks to fight you. You only have to hold against one very weak soul attack. Then you can get the soul-gathering pearl. But your realm seems to be too low. You might not even hold against one soul attack from it. Forget it. I'll teach you a kind of soul defense martial skill from Nye Tian. Although your realm right now is very low, But once you master that guy's skill, you should be able to hold against one wave of soul attack from the soul-gathering pearl. Nya, Tian's martial skill. Shiyan's eyes suddenly brightened. Humph. Don't get so happy yet. I will only teach you the basics, lest you come to go against me in the future. Basics are fine too, hee. Dash. Chapter 166. Cultivating a Fake Soul. Chapter 166. Cultivating a Fake Soul. A martial skill that had been cultivated by a true God Realm 3rd Sky Master. Even with only basics, it still made Shi Yan ecstatic. To make sure Yan obtained the soul-gathering pearl, the ice-cold flame really went through great pains. Not only did it clearly explain the origin and use of the soul-gathering beast, as well as the soul-gathering pearl itself, it also gave him a type of martial skill from its memory, just to make sure Yan capable of defending against one soul attack of the soul-gathering pearl. Shi Yan's face was full of joy as he hid in the dense leaves of the old tree and sank his mind into the blood vein ring. He carefully listened to the ice-cold flame's introduction. During the cultivation route of you human warriors, you will get influenced by thoughts of hate, greed, delusions, obsession, and resentment. These are collectively called as demons of the mind. They can drive you to insanity and destroy all the cultivation in your body. However, there are also strong-powered and strong-minded warriors who not only don't fear the demons of the mind, they can put them to some use. Demons of the mind? Shi Yan was surprised for a moment. The martial skill you're about to tell me is related to the demons of the mind. Exactly. By using your demons of the mind such as hate, greed, delusion, obsession, and resentment, with a special method to gather them into a cluster of demonic feelings, and then using your soul to leave an imprint in the demons of the soul, you can temporarily form a demonic soul. The demonic soul can count as a fake soul of yours. When you encounter the soul attack of the pearl, you only need to release the demonic soul. The soul power of the soul-gathering pearl will destroy your fake soul, but your real soul will be unharmed. Demonic soul? Only a fake soul? Humph. The ice-cold flame was a little impatient. Of course, the demonic soul cultivated by that guy was not only this. He could use the demons of the mind to form into a real demonic soul. The real demonic soul is a second soul that has magical powers and even has a second sea of consciousness. Once he finds the right body, the demonic soul can even form a second him. The demonic soul is made from the demons of the mind. It has the life imprint of the main soul as well as the memories and knowledge of the main soul. As long as the demonic soul is weaker than the main soul, it will be controlled by the main soul. But once the demonic soul becomes stronger than the main soul, it can even control the main soul, turning a God Realm Master into a bloodthirsty monster. Then, according to what you said, having a demonic soul is like having an extra life. Exactly. When the demonic soul is cultivated at crucial moments, the main soul can sacrifice the demonic soul to escape. As long as you live, you can keep forming more demonic souls. The worth of it is endless. Between the main soul and the demonic soul, as long as one lives, the other one can be reborn. They're complementary to each other. It's very amazing. The cultivation method of the demonic soul is sure amazing. Humph. I won't tell you the method to cultivate the demonic soul. The one I'm teaching you is only to form the fake soul. You can only sacrifice it. It has no other powers. If I let you know the cultivation method of the demonic soul, you would certainly use it to go against me in the future. Don't even think about it. Shi Yan chuckled. He knew that obtaining the cultivation method of the demonic soul from the ice-cold flame in a short time was not very realistic. He didn't insist and continued to communicate. Then tell me the method for forming the fake soul. It's like this. You have to gather the thoughts of hate, greed, delusion, obsession, and resentment, plus the different negative emotions in your body to form into a soul cluster in your mind. Once the soul cluster is made, put your soul into the fake soul and quickly leave. Then this way you will be able to leave an imprint of your soul in the fake soul, giving the soul cluster your soul imprint and forming the fake soul. It's that easy. Of course, it's not just that. Halfway through it, I will control a portion of power to comb through your soul cluster for you. Then you can finally put in your soul. If I don't help you a little, you will immediately be trapped by the fake soul, and the demons of your mind will control your everything. You will become a bloodthirsty monster with no independent consciousness. You will help me halfway? How do you plan on helping me? Sure, Yen snickered. Don't think about getting out of the blood vein ring. This stupid ring keeps constraining me. My soul can't get out at all, but my consciousness can be revealed a little. Humph. If my soul could leave this stupid ring, I would have left long ago. All right, then, let's try right now. As the owner of the blood vein ring, Shi Yen could control the blood vein ring a little bit. However, he already made up his mind. No matter what, he will never remove the power in the blood vein ring that was constraining the ice-cold flame. This ice-cold flame was too evil and strong. It constantly wants to occupy his soul and seize his body. Compared to the soul-gathering pearl, he was more afraid of the ice-cold flame. So from the beginning to the end, he had always been emphasizing that he will not open up the blood vein ring a single bit. Stop the nonsense. Let's start quickly. The soul mirror formed by that soul-gathering pearl can summon the soul of the demon dweller at any time. Once that demon dweller soul comes out, we will have to immediately get to the soul-gathering pool. You have to obtain the soul-gathering pearl before the demon dweller gets to you. Only then can you use the pearl to absorb him. Else, you'll be at a dead end. After the ice-cold flame said that, Shi Yen didn't dare to hesitate. He took in a deep breath and slowly took his consciousness away from the blood vein ring. Sizing up his surroundings, Shi Yen felt that this place was a little unfitting. This place was at the valley entrance of where the soul-gathering pearl was at, and there was a chance of a Gu family member walking around. If a strong warrior of the Gu family were to come and also just happen to release his soul consciousness to search, he might find his tracks. After thinking about it for a moment, as a precaution, Shi Yen jumped down from above and quickly left the valley. After a few hours, Shi Yen arrived next to a dirt hill. He dug a dirt hole inside the hill and climbed in to form the fake soul. When his meridians didn't purify the power yet, the negative emotions that were able to affect his mind seemed to hide itself inside the meridians. The mind power that Shi Yen let out purposely gathered a portion of the negative emotions in his meridians and then slowly moved it into his mind. The different thoughts of hate, greed, delusion, obsession, and resentment all repeatedly surfaced in Shi Yen's mind, under the detailed explanation of the ice-cold flame. Once these thoughts surfaced inside his mind, he immediately merged them with the negative emotions, and then slowly gathered them inside his mind. After a very long time in Shi Yen's mind, there was an extra gray cyclone. Inside the cyclone, there were many negative emotions and demons of the mind. These emotions formed into an air mass. It kept influencing Shi Yen, making him gnash his teeth as the bloodthirsty, murderous thoughts continued appearing in his mind. This was similar to when Shi Yen's meridians were purifying those powers. However, it was still weaker. It didn't actually completely destroy Shi Yen's mind and made him fall into a state when he didn't even know who he was. All right, I will change it for you a little. A wisp of the ice-cold flame's consciousness flew out of the blood vein ring and into Shi Yen's mind. Shi Yen was on full guard. He wasn't worried about the cyclone in his mind, but instead was scared that the ice-cold flame would suddenly cause trouble. He cautiously sensed around. He sensed the strand of consciousness from the ice-cold flame, but realized that this consciousness wasn't strong. Inside, there seemed to be no memory or wisdom mixed in it. Like his mind power, this was purely just a flow of mind energy. This mind energy didn't bring any invasiveness. Shi Yen didn't dare to relax. he secretly took precautions. He was ready to immediately defend at any cost if that mind energy from the ice-cold flame were to have any harmful actions to him. He was worried that the ice-cold flame would play some tricks. Fortunately, this flow of mind energy from the ice-cold flame seemed to really have no bad intention. This flow of icy energy all went into the center of that gray air mass. Once this flow of cold soul energy was put in, the different demons of the mind of that air mass inside Shiryan's mind was evenly spread out. Even the negative emotions that he gathered seemed to have become more tame under the ice-cold flame's cold energy. All right, let your soul crawl in, and then immediately get out. The ice-cold flame released the signal. Without hesitation, Shiryan concentrated his mind and gathered his consciousness. He slowly gathered his soul presence and then formed it into a beam of light that fiercely pierced into the fake soul. In a mere second, Shiryan entered into layers of hallucinations. The early death of his parents, the boring nature of his life, the suffocation at the desperate moment of his adventure, all flowed into his mind. Different green-faced fanged monsters also surfaced in the hallucinations. They all flared their claws and came at him, trying to drag him into the land of the dead. There were also enchanting, peerless beauties. They were dressed in revealing clothes. Their beautiful bodies were shown, and they posed in seductive positions. The different hallucinations all appeared from the fake soul, Shiryan's soul light beam. In the mere instant as it went through, actually saw endless evils and temptations. Finally, the different evils and temptations quickly disappeared. When Shiryan realized that he went through all those temptations, he was abruptly stunned. In that fake soul, there were actually many miniature soul shadows of himself that appeared. Those miniature shadows were in all different hallucinations. Their expressions were ferocious and evil, with a fierce bloodlust that seemed like it could destroy all. None of the miniature soul shadows in the hallucinations were normal. Those are the miniature shadows left by your soul imprint. Your soul imprint awakened the fake soul, giving the fake soul a part of your consciousness. Don't worry, the fake soul has no powers. It can't influence you. You only need to make the fake soul stand in front of you when touching the soul gathering pearl. Then you will be able to defend against the soul attack of the soul gathering pearl, and then grab the soul gathering pearl. Fake soul! Shiryan was stunned. Why? Why do I feel like I'm still in those hallucinations? Why? Why do I feel like I didn't walk out of there at? The me inside the hallucinations seemed like the real me. What is going on? You left a soul imprint in there. Although the fake soul has no powers, but it's still a miniature shadow of the demons of your mind. It's interworking with your real soul. It's normal that you have those feelings. Once you form the real demonic soul, what you will experience would be even more intriguing. But I will never tell you the true method of cultivating the demonic soul. Demonic soul. Demonic soul. Shiryan retreated his consciousness from the blood vein ring. His eyes suddenly brightened as he murmured under his breath, "Sooner or later I will get it out of you." Humph. When his consciousness left the blood vein ring, the ice-cold flame couldn't hear him talking to himself, but it still kept flashing. 3 days later, Shiryan, who had been observing the sky, suddenly noticed there were many black shadows on the sky. Those shadows were lined up as they slowly flew towards the biggest mine of the Gu family. Shiryan looked up and immediately recognized that the black shadows were the cyan blood bats that he once rode. His face changed. Shiryan judged the situation and realized that from his location to the Gu family's mine, it would take at least half a day to get there. However, going to the Valley of the Soul Gathering Pearl would only need 2 hours. After pondering for a moment, Shiryan quickly made a decision. He immediately sprinted towards the valley where the Soul Gathering Pearl was at. He knew that the situation was going to change very soon. Chapter 167 Every Minute Counts. Chapter 167 Every Minute Counts. Carrying Shura blood guards on their backs, the cyan blood bats were slowly flying upon the Clouds Island. On the front cyan blood bat, Emo Duanhuin looked serious with dazzling light in his eyes. It was the second time that he had come to the Clouds Island. Last time he came here, he swept the Clouds Island with his Shura blood guards and killed all the experts of the Gu family. Generally, the Gu family wouldn't dare to play any tricks, but Emo Duanhuin was still quite cautious. As soon as he arrived at the Clouds Island, he used his consciousness to observe the surroundings on alert. Before he came to the Clouds Island, Emo Duanhuin received a message from King Yangqing to remind him that it might be a dangerous journey. King Yangqing was busy dealing with the demon dwellers in the 4th demon area, so he couldn't come in person to the Clouds Island to talk with Gulai. But since he predicted that Shi Yan would come to the Clouds Island, he reminded Emo Duanhuin to be careful. Emo Duanhuin believed in King Yangqing, so he made good preparation for the journey. With King Yangqing's reminder, Emo Duanhuin was extremely careful, and even the cyan blood bat flew unusually slow. On the back of the Thunder Lion, Xia Xinyan and He Qing Man were both silent. The two women's eyes shone brightly as they looked down to the Clouds Island cautiously, especially Xia Xinyan with sorrow in her eyes. She knew Shi Yan was on the Clouds Island, so she wanted to see him so much, but she didn't know how to find him. He Qing Man looked relaxed as she looked down, and then looked to Xia Xinyan as she kept getting more and more curious. According to Xia Xinyan's behaviors, she really cared about Shi Yan a lot. Along the way, He Qing Man had heard a lot about Shi Yan from Xia Xinyan, so she wanted to meet Shi Yan in person, to see the one who managed captured the daughter of the Kiara Sea. "Be careful, we are about to land," Emo Duanhuin yelled as he controlled the cyan blood bat to land slowly. In the stony yard, many Gu family nervously moved to make room for the cyan blood bats. As cyan blood bats landed one by one, Emo Duanhuin got off the cyan blood bat frowning. After looking around, he asked, "Who is in charge?" An Earth Realm Minister of the Gu family stood out politely. "Lord Emo, please wait for a moment. My master is not here right now. He is signing a paper on a quarry and will be here as soon as he received the message." Emo Duanhuin sneered, "Who is Gulai? How dare he keep me wait? Forgive me, Lord Emo. I'm so sorry." That guy bowed while sweating and said in a trembling voice, "As the head of the 3 Shura kings, Emo Duanhuin was famed for his ferocity. In all the battles, Emo Duanhuin killed all the experts every time. Among the 3 Shura kings, Emo Duanhuin talked the least but killed the most. Once he took action, he never left anyone alive. Half an hour." Emo Duanhuin frowned. "If he still doesn't show up, I will bury you people together with him. I have blood washed the Clouds Island once, and a second time will be fun too." The members of the Gu family turned pale after hearing that, and some low realm warriors even started shaking their legs. They might not care if it was said by anyone else, but it was Emo Duanhuin, so they became severely frightened. Emo Duanhuin never made jokes and did what he said. He had the capability to slaughter the Clouds Island. "Lord Emo, I will send the message to my master at once." That guy wiped the sweats on his face, bowed, and dashed to send a message eagle. Standing there like a tree, Emo Duanhuin didn't utter a word. Narrowing his eyes, he seemed to be resting. Without any word, he already put huge pressure on those Gu family members. Soul Gathering Pool. As the soul gathering flags flew in the air, one after another soul was captured while it showed a hideous face. There were also many stone colorful pillars standing in the valley, which were sculptured with all sorts of patterns and gave out strong energy waves. With the fog upon the valley, dull lights formed a veil to prevent soul consciousness. Countless souls were floating in the waves of the soul-gathering pool. There were tens of thousands of souls floating at every corner of the soul-gathering pool. Those ghost-like souls had different faces, but they all sent out same deadly hatred-filled smell. Beside the soul-gathering pool stood only two people, Gulai and Gujanga. Gulai frowned, staring at the soul-gathering pool rigidly. Gujanga also got nerves as he walked around the soul-gathering pool to check if everything's okay. A messenger eagle flew through darkness and came near. Gujanga casually catched that eagle and looked over the letter on it. Dad, Mo Duanuin said, if you don't appear there in half an hour, he will blood wash the Clouds Island. Gulai's face turned rigid as he grunted, leave him alone. How are they there? Gujanga thought for a second, all sacrificed. Let's see. Gulai looked indifferent. It would be their luck if demon dwellers came early. Only you and me know this, and we disappeared for a while. If the people above us found about it, we can't escape either. Maybe it's not bad to die. Got it. Gujanga nodded. You checked everything? Any problem? Gulai asked. It's okay. We can begin. Good. I will call the demon dwellers' souls here. Be careful and stay around me. Before the demon dweller's soul came, don't let anyone know about here, or Mo Duanhuin would come at once. Don't worry, Father. I know what to do. Okay. Shi Yen kept rushing with a rigid face, running for the valley with soul-gathering pearls at his fastest speed. As Mo Duanhuin came, the Gu family would definitely take actions. From now on, demon dwellers could appear at any time. The demon dwellers were coming here for Mo Duanhuin, so they would dash at Mo Duanhuin at the first sight of him. During the time those demon dwellers left the soul-gathering pool, Shi Yen could enter the valley and break the barrier with a cold ice flame and get soul-gathering pearl in the soul-gathering pool. Shi Yen was not quite sure if Mo Duanhuin could defend against those demon dwellers, but it was too late for him to tell Mo Duanhuin now. Right now he could only stick to his plan and grab the soul-gathering pearl as soon as possible. Once he got the soul-gathering pearl, he could defend against the demon dwellers. It would be fine if Mo Duanhuin was still present there till then. Shi Yen had thought of many ways and finally fixed on this plan. The blood vein ring was shining brightly, and the cold ice flame was excited inside it, as the soul-gathering pearl was extremely attractive to it. 10 minutes later, an overwhelming energy wave gushed out from the valley. Dense demonic air controlled the sky upon the Clouds Island. In it, a stream of strong soul energy was gathering rapidly. Soon there formed a strong soul wave upon the valley, which shocked Shi Yen a lot. Once the soul showed appeared in the valley, all the demon air gathered, and it turned the valley like dark night. Even Shi Yen found it hard to clearly see the surroundings. At the same time, another strong soul wave came from the quarry of Shi family, and a green spot inclined in the sky like a star. That spot was bright as the sun and the moon. Although Shi Yan's eyes were blurred by the demon air, he could still see the light spot clearly as it was too dazzling. That bright spot was the head of the 3 Shura kings, Mo Duanhuin. Shi Yen felt that the green spot was sending out murderous smell, and he ready to have a good fight against demon dwellers. Staring at the green spot, Shi Yen regained more confidence. He believed that Mo Duanhuin could win the soul attack of the demon dwellers. Thus he dashed to the valley without hesitation. The demon dweller soul had already flew out of the valley to the green spot at Mo Duanhuin. That was the best timing for Shi Yen to retract the soul-gathering pearl. Dash. Chapter 168, Demon Master Mojito. Chapter 168, Demon Master Mojito. Clouds shifted quickly upon the Clouds Island and blocked the sun. A ferocious soul stretched out from vastness to grab the Clouds Island. Every warrior on the Clouds Island who had formed spirit perception power could feel the pressure from that horrible soul. Mo Duanhuin jumped out and turned into a flame of green light and then into a tornado hitting the sky. At the quarry of the Gu family, Shura Blood Guard mounted the cyan bloodbats one after another. Xia Xinyan and He Qing Man were surprised as they looked up to the sky at the dense demon cloud. It's Demon Master Mojito under Demon King Bo Sun. Xia Xinyan blinked, and through the incarnation martial spirit, she detected who was it. Mojito! He Qing Man yelled in astonishment. Mojito is merely a demon master. How dare he tear the space barrier and enter our space? The demon master would be severely injured after the breakthrough, finding it hard to fight. Is he crazy? Who knows what he is thinking about? Xia Xinyan shook her head. Qing Man, it's a rather dangerous journey. Be careful. We should leave on our Wind Thunder Lion if the situation turns for the worst. Mojito is at God Realm. Even if he is badly crippled, he could take us easily. He Qing Man nodded at once. Yes, the Gu family is crazy to work with the demon dwellers. They are. The Yang family hates whoever involves themselves with the demon area. The Gu family will face a ferocious revenge from the Yang family after this. Well, I hope Lord Amo will be fine and not to be taken down by Mojito. Xia Xinyan shook her head and sighed. Get ready to leave any time. He Qing Man urged Xia Xinyan. Get on the Wind Thunder Lion and be prepared to leave the Clouds Island. The Gu family is doing something really major. Maybe they will kill everybody. We must be on alert. Okay. Xia Xinyan nodded and mounted the Wind Thunder Lion. After mounting the Wind Thunder Lion, He Qing Man patted its neck and the lion flew up to leave the Clouds Island. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Great thunders came from the dense demon clouds above Clouds Island, shaking the earth. Soon the clouds gathered and covered every corner of the Clouds Island. The Wind Thunder Lion reached the sky and was just about to leave the Clouds Island until it was blocked by the dense barrier. Xia Xinyan screamed in fear. The demon flame had blocked the island. Bunches of demon clouds covered the Clouds Island like a black bowl. No one could go in or get out of the Clouds Island anymore. The Clouds Islands was sealed. We are finished. He Qing Man smiled hopelessly. It's so out of expectation that the demon master came and sealed the island. Although Lord Mo is at Sky Realm, if even he was trapped by Mojito, then we can't escape this time. Now that we can't leave, we should help the Shura Blood Guards kill the Gu family. Xia Xinyan frowned. No matter what the result is, we won't let the Gu family have an easy time. Sure. He Qing Man's eyes flashed with a callous light while her slim leg kicked the Wind Thunder Lion, urging it to decline quickly to the quarry. The profound qi was boiling between Shi Yan's legs while he was shuttling swiftly in the woods. He saw what happened on the Clouds Island clearly. Since the demon dweller sealed the island, he had to get the soul-gathering pearl as soon as possible, or else he will be killed together with the Yang family members. Only by obtaining the soul-gathering pearl could he control the demon dweller and change the situation. Half an hour later, Shi Yan dashed into the valley soaked in sweat. Regardless of the seal in the valley, he moved forward. Break the seal! As his consciousness dived into the blood vein ring, Shi Yan sent a message to the ice-cold flame. Pa! Oval light loops showed up upon the valley and struck toward Shi Yan in silver sparkles. At the same time, gray ripples rippled away. The ripples moved and seemed to influence Shi Yan's profound qi. He couldn't control it for a moment. Shi Yan was in danger. He was stopped suddenly by the two sorts of seals. Coming! The ice-cold flame responded. Freezing air gushed out from the blood vein ring with the sound of hiss-hiss. The earth, trees, stones were suddenly covered by white frost. The cold air moved while the space was frozen. The surroundings changed quickly, and then the veil outside the valley was revealed. A milky white light covered the valley and hid the stone pillar, soul-gathering flag, and the soul-gathering pool. The cold air from the ice-cold flame froze the light cover, and the latter showed cracks on its surface. Through the light cover, Shi Yan could see through the valley and found the stone pillar, soul-calling flags, and the soul-gathering pool. He could also see Gu Jianga. Gu Jianga was standing beside the soul-gathering pool in surprise as he looked over in Shi Yan's direction. The cold air from the ice-cold flame moved and soon took the whole valley. The valley was sealed and every sort of energy was frozen. As a one-of-a-kind of sky fire, the ice-cold flame was born a long time ago. Meaning that it has had plenty of time to increase its power on top of its OP potential. It had been tamed by Nye Chin, and with his power of the third sky of God Realm, he had sealed the whole Monroe Island. If it was freed from the blood vein ring, it could even fight against the demon dweller. It was too easy of a take for it to freeze a valley. The milky light shell finally exploded into endless ice chips. Shi Yan! From the valley came Gu Jianga's voice as he was smiling warmly. Brother Shi, I didn't know you were from the Yang family when we were at the Monroe Island. I have to apologize to you. Gu Jianga smiled and bowed toward Shi Yan, and then pretended to be surprised. But why is Brother Shi on the Clouds Island? Why are you here? Shi Yan frowned slightly, not willing to respond Gu Jianga, so he kept silent as he ran to the soul-gathering pool beside Gu Jianga. At that time, the cold air of the ice-cold flame had frozen the valley, so it was the best chance for Shi Yan to get the soul-gathering pearl. Shi Yan, what are you? Gu Jianga cried in fear. Shoo! The dragon-slaying sword flew out from the back of Gu Jianga's neck, and the hornless fire dragon flew toward Shi Yan at once. With fear on his face, Gu Jianga grabbed the dragon-slaying sword and slashed out a light beam to strike Shi Yan apart. Like Cloud's light slash from the Final Fantasy series. It's the neutral special on Smash 4. Gu Jianga was born with the sword spirit martial spirit, allowing him to communicate with the sword, which made his skills look extremely fluent. With the smile returning back on his face, Gu Jianga shook his head slightly. Brother Shi, why in such a hurry? The hornless fire dragon and the light beam chased up to Shi Yan at once. Shi Yan looked callous and never turned his eyes towards Gu Jianga at all, but instead headed for the soul-gathering pool. Freezing air gushed out from the blood vein ring, and during his actions, Shi Yan's body froze and turned into a little glacier. The hornless fire dragon and the light beam could not damage the ice at all. Pooh! Shi Yan didn't pay attention to Gu Jianga, but instead jumped into the soul-gathering pool. Gu Jianga was shocked. He wasn't worried about Shi Yan fighting him, but that Shi Yan was heading to the soul-gathering pool. The soul mirror inside the soul-gathering pool connected the two spaces. If it was ruined by Shi Yan and Mojito was restrained, and if they couldn't kill Mo Duanhuan, then they would surely get into trouble. The moment Shi Yan showed up, Gu Jianga had already sent a message to his father. He had to keep Shi Yan out of the pool and wait for his father. Gu Jianga assumed that Shi Yan would take revenge first. However, Shi Yan came directly for the soul-gathering pool. So, what Shi Yan did was totally out of Gu Jianga's expectation. When he was prepared to defend, he found Shi Yan had already jumped into the soul-gathering pool. Thus, he became very anxious, since he couldn't jump in it after Shi Yan. Jianga, what happened? With a crossing lightning, Gulai showed up with a gloomy face in the valley. Why call me back? Shi Yan went into the soul-gathering pool. Gu Jianga was anxious. Shi Yan. Gulai was surprised, and then he realized, the guy taken by the ice-cold flame? He is still alive? No, and he could even use the cold power of the ice-cold flame. He could control the ice-cold flame. Gu Lai's expression changed. I will inform Mojito at once to fight against the ice-cold flame. Dash. Chapter 169, Octagon Demon Formation. Chapter 169, Octagon Demon Formation. Inside the soul-gathering pool. Souls were floating in every corner of the dark pool water. Dead smell filled the soul-gathering pool. So once Shuryen fell into the pool, he could feel certain coldness in his heart. Endless souls started popping up. Those souls waved their claws and scratched on Shuryen's body, trying to eat him up. The cold air from the ice-cold flame was freezing the pool water quickly. Even the souls were frozen by the cold air from the ice-cold flame and couldn't approach Shuryen. Forget about these souls, go down the pool. The ice-cold flame was shining in the blood vein ring. Shuryen was excited too. Since he could finally adapt to the cold air, the frost on his body was not hard at all. The frost on him was like a soft armor, and it did not influence his move. Holding his breath, Shuryen dived down deeper into the pool. Before souls after souls could approach him, they were frozen by the ice-cold flame. The numerous quantity of souls in the soul-gathering pool posed no threat to Shuryen. Without any distraction, Shuryen focused his gaze at the bottom of the pool. However, since there were too many souls in the soul-gathering pool, and as the water was black, Shuryen couldn't see his surroundings clearly. Down left! The ice-cold flame started instructing as soon as it went down the soul-gathering pool. It was not only helping Shuryen evade from the souls, it also pointed out the position of the soul-gathering pearl for him. It was trying its best to obtain the soul-gathering pearl. The ice-cold flame had special life structure, so it could easily send out its soul power to detect the soul-gathering pool, but Shuryen couldn't. Since his eyes were blurred, Shuryen followed the ice-cold flame's instruction. With its help, he could easily move. Keep going. Down. Attention. Almost there. The blood vein ring kept sparkling, and the ice-cold flame was excitedly sending out messages. Under the instruction of the ice-cold flame, Shuryen dived down the soul-gathering pool and changed his positions accordingly. A few minutes later, a bunch of light showed up in the black pool. Shuryen looked at the direction where the light came in amazement. There was an ancient octagon formation. At the 8 angles of the ancient formation, there were 8 colorful demon crystals, each having energy waves showing 8 layers of light and covering that ancient octagon formation. At the center of the ancient octagon formation, there was a demon crystal as big as a fist, on which there were black spots which looked like a ghost if looked carefully. On the 8 angles of the ancient octagon formation, there were 8 demon crystals, which seemed to be protecting the black demon crystal at the center. Apparently, the 8 layers of barriers were from the 8 demon crystals on the angles, which were protecting the soul-gathering pearl at the center. At the center of the ancient octagon formation, the soul-gathering pearl was shining and producing mysterious soul waves. On the surface of the soul-gathering pearl, every time a black spot blinked, a soul flew out and went through the barriers of the ancient formation into the soul-gathering pool. Countless souls gathered on the surface of the soul-gathering pool and formed a strange mirror on the pool. Shuryen looked up at the pool surface and found a black hole which was letting out boiling demonic air. The demonic air flew out from the soul-gathering pool and concentrated in the sky, becoming the energy resource of Demon Dweller. From the outside of the soul-gathering pool, Shuryen couldn't find the scene. Now he could see the mysterious soul mirror from the bottom of the soul-gathering pool. The soul mirror was connecting 2 spaces, which let out demon air from the 4th demon area, supporting Mojito to fight against Amo Duanhuin. It was the soul-gathering pearl which made the soul-gathering pool produce the soul mirror. The thousands of souls released by the soul-gathering pearl made the soul mirror. Once the soul-gathering pearl was taken out from that formation, the thousands of souls in the pool would go back into the soul-gathering pearl. At that moment, the soul mirror would disappear naturally. Since the bridge between the two spaces was gone, Demon Master Mojito's soul also couldn't get back to the demon area by the soul mirror, and the demonic heir also couldn't get into the Clouds Island. The key to everything was the soul-gathering pearl. As he was approaching the soul-gathering pearl, a couple of ideas popped up Shurian's mind. He gazed at the octagon formation of the soul-gathering pearl and communicated with the ice-cold flame. There are barriers! How to break it? Octagon demon formation. The ice-cold flame cried, It is that faction. That faction could form soul mirror with the help of the soul-gathering pearl and call for outside demons to take part in the battle. The octagon demon formation was one of the vicious strategies of that heresy. They made the level 8 demon crystals as the formation eyes to protect the soul-gathering pearl. The octagon demon formation produced 8 light waves and provided solid defense. 8 demon crystals from level 8 demon beasts are formation eyes to protect the soul-gathering pearl? Damn! Shurian cursed. How to break it? This is not the real octagon demon formation. These 8 demon crystals are from level 7 demon beasts, which don't contain demon soul and had weaker power. This soul-gathering pearl is the demon crystal of a level 8 soul-gathering beast. The soul-gathering pearl from the level 9 soul-gathering beast could defend the octagon demon formation formed by 8 level 8 demon beast demon crystals. Sure, at the prime of that faction, a soul-gathering pearl from a level 9 soul-gathering beast could form a soul mirror and call for demons. What to do now? Sure, Yen had came to the octagon demon formation, but dared not take any action. He asked the ice-cold flame, Use your strongest move to strike at one demon crystal. The light barriers on the octagon demon formation are connected together, but once one of the demon crystals breaks, the octagon demon formation will break too. Demon crystals from level 7 demon beast. It will not be easy to break. The demon crystal on a demon beast was the hardest thing on it. A demon crystal from a demon beast was even harder than a soul-level weapon. Sure, Yin could barely break it. These demon crystals had existed for thousands of years, and some of their demon energy had been consumed. The blue demon crystal had lost 70% of its demon energy. I would also help you, and you may break it. If you can't, we have to leave and give up the soul-gathering pearl. The ice-cold flame responded quickly. Let's give it a try. Shurian took a deep breath and stared at the blue rhombus demon crystal. After some stimulating his negative energy, the negative energy in his body began to boil, and it started moving all over his body. Thus his energy suddenly doubled. The first sky of rampage. At the same time, from the ice-cold flame flew out cold energy, and it concentrated on Shurian's arms and legs, getting ready for a fight. His blood was boiling, and the negative energy inside his meridians gushed into the blood. With cold air, his blood boiled, and a strong energy ran through his body. Shurian's energy suddenly doubled. The second sky of rampage. Yes, this energy. It can break that demon crystal. The ice-cold flame spirited up. You can produce such strong energy. Doubled. Enough. Definitely enough. Sure, Yen focused to trigger his seals of life and death and combined them to create the seal of life and death. With the seal of life and death, a stream of cold air gushed out from his palm and rushed to the rhombus blue demon crystal. Pa! That rhombus blue demon crystal directly exploded into small chips after being struck by the seal of life and death, shooting in all directions. The 8-layer light suddenly disappeared from the soul-gathering pearl. Shi Yan at once tried to catch the soul-gathering pearl in joy. Dash. Chapter 170 got it. Chapter 170 got it. The 8-layer lights of the octagon demon formation dispersed because of the explosion of the blue demon crystal. The power of the other demon crystals at the other 7 corners weakened greatly upon the explosion of the blue one. The lights they gave out also faded gradually. Seeing that the octagon demon formation was broken, Shi Yan went to grab the soul-gathering pearl without hesitation. "Hold on!" The order of the ice-cold flame was heard from the blood vein ring. Shi Yan was a little surprised and stopped his hand midway. All of a sudden, numerous ferocious ghosts and souls were flying from the soul-gathering pool, in the form of hundreds of black lights, into the soul-gathering pearl. The soul-gathering pearl is at its weakest when it is gathering souls. Now move. And remember to use fake souls to resist the attack of the souls. The ice-cold flame ordered, remember, once you get the pearl, spit on it. Do not forget this. Spit on it once you get it, so the pearl will not be able to use the soul attack on you anymore. Shit, how can I spit here? It's all water. I will use ice to form a barrier to stop the water from you once you get hold of the pearl. Okay. After the short communication with the ice-cold flame, Shi Yan went on fetching for the soul-gathering pearl and grabbed it. In an instant, numerous souls were attacking Shi Yan's soul like billions of sharp swords shooting from the pearl. The souls in the pearl were pouring out as if they had found a long-sought outlet at the moment Shi Yan grabbed the pearl. They went along Shi Yan's arm and were rushing into Shi Yan's mind. At this crucial moment, Shi Yan's mind went blank without a single thought. The fake soul in his mind, however, was extremely active, and it let out intense hatred. The billions of souls pouring out from the soul-gathering pearl immediately found their target, and they all attacked at the center of Shi Yan's fake soul. Shi Yan felt a sharp pain in his mind. The illusions made by the fake soul were shattered under the attack of the souls from the soul-gathering pearl, and Shi Yan felt as if he himself was killed for hundreds of times. For a moment, Shi Yan's mind went blank. With the stigmas in the fake soul shattered, he was going through the process of death again and again, and his major soul went unconscious for a period of time. Spit. At this moment, an icy coldness was sent out by the ice-cold flame from the blood vein ring. Shi Yan came to himself, suddenly, and found that water had been kept away from him before he had noticed it. Having no time to hesitate, Shi Yan spat on the soul-gathering pearl in his hand. Miracle happened. The spit immediately formed a white thin film around the pearl, covering 1/5 of the pearl surface. Keep spitting, but do not seal the pearl. The ice-cold flame urged again. Dare not hesitate. Shi Yan spat on the pearl twice more, and the thin film was formed again around the pearl, now covering 3/5 of the pearl. Thinking twice, Shi Yan thought it was not safe enough, and was about to spit once more. Enough! Once the film covers all of the pearl surface, the power of the souls it gathered will be sealed temporarily. The ice-cold flame reminded Shi Yan to stop him. Shi Yan stopped and stared at the soul-gathering pearl in his hand. The soul's power, the pearl gathered, kept flowing out from the 2/5 part of the pearl which had not been covered by the white thin film. More ferocious ghosts and souls were drawn out from the soul-gathering pool into the pearl. The soul-gathering pool, which was originally as black as ink, was turning clearer and clearer as the souls in it were vanishing into the soul-gathering pearl. The pool water was recovering to its normal state. Overhead, cracks were appearing on the soul mirror formed by tens of thousands of souls. The mirror was about to crush down. Soon, all the souls here will be gathered by the pearl and the mirror will vanish, the ice-cold flame boasted. Only I know how to seal the soul-gathering pearl. Once anyone else drops a single drop of his blood on the pearl, He will be devoured without a single trace left by the souls in the pearl. The soul-gathering pearl is different from any other normal treasures. It does not recognize its master by blood. It can only be sealed by spit. Every time you want to use it, you just need to remove a part of the spit around it. Shi Yan was holding the soul-gathering pearl, and the ghosts and souls were gathered by the pearl. Everything was going along the plan, and the ice-cold flame seemed to be excited. Shi Yan felt relieved and gathered the other 7 demon crystals used to form the octagon demon formation. After this, he began swimming to the surface of the pool, on the sky over the clouds island. In the dense demon clouds, the icy evil soul had been fighting with Mo Duanhuan for several times, and was unable to destroy Mo's soul yet. At this moment, it received a message from Gulai. Mojito abandoned Mo Duanhun out of fear, and rushed towards the valley where the soul-gathering pool was located in. After sending out the message, Gulai did not dare to stay in the valley any longer, and hid in a corner together with Gu Jianga, in the fear of being attacked by the ice-cold flame. Both Gael and Gu Sword Song knew the horrible power of the sky fire, especially the sky fire that has obtained a matching physical body. That would be the most horrible creature in the world. Both Gulai and Gu Jianga took it for granted that the ice-cold flame had obtained Shi Yan's physical body, after they realized that Shi Yan could use the icy power of the ice-cold flame. They could never expect that the ice-cold flame had been sealed by Shi Yan's blood vein ring. With its consciousness sealed, the power that the ice-cold flame could give out was limited. If it had not been sealed by the bloodstripe ring, the icy power of the ice-cold flame could easily freeze the whole of Cloud's Island. Now it could only freeze the valley, which was much weaker than its original power. Gulai and Gu Jianga could not thought of this, of course. They were too afraid of the ice-cold flame, and were 100% sure that Shi Yan was already dead with the ice-cold flame was controlling his physical body, after they found that Shi Yan dared to enter the soul-gathering pool. Both of them had experienced in person the mysteriousness and terribleness of the soul-gathering pool. If Shi Yan was merely a warrior in the disaster realm, how could he dare to enter the pool? Gulai and Gu Jianga chose to hide themselves, waiting for the demon master Mojito's soul to come and help. On the Clouds Island, Mo Duanhuan's face went pale. Floating in the sky, he released his spirit to scout the surrounding. The ice-cold flame had frozen the valley, and the demon master Mojito's soul was also heading for the same valley. Mo Duanhuan, of course, also released his spirit to focus on the valley. When he felt an extremely cold chi from the valley, he immediately recalled what Xia Xinyan had once told him. He immediately knew that Shi Yan was in the valley. Shi Yan was dragged into the depth of the glacier by the ice-cold flame. The icy chi in the valley was so strong that it must be from the ice-cold flame. Before he came here, Mo Duanhun knew that Shi Yan was not dead but would appear on the Clouds Island from King Yangqing. Then, analyzing all these, Mo Duanhun knew for sure that Shi Yan was now in the valley. Mo Duanhun's facial expression was complex. Floating in the sky, many thoughts were flowing in his mind. That guy will somebody become the future head of the Yang family. No matter what, you have to bring Shi Yan back to Immortal Island safe and sound. The words of Emperor Yangqing reappeared in Mo Duanhun's ears. After a short period of hesitation, he changed into a flash of green light and flew to the valley. The warriors in the 3 mines of the Gu family were all killed by Shura Bloodguard, Xia Xanyan, and He Qing Man. At this moment, Shura Bloodguard and Wind Thunderflying Lion were also flying in the sky, seeking for Gulai and Gu Jianga's traces on Cloud's Island. Strange! Xia Xinyan cried. Demon Master Mojito and Master Mo both went to that valley. He Qing Man lowered her head, looking into the direction of the valley. She also found the situation strange. What's going on? Demon Master Mojito is so powerful. Why he went to the valley on his way. And so is Master Amo. Why doesn't he leave Cloud's Island now, but followed the demon master? As long as Master Amo does not use his power to destroy the demon fire that is confining Cloud's Island now, we cannot leave the island. Xia Xinyan lamented. Let's go nearer to see what's going on there. Okay. He Manqing moved her legs, and Wind, Thunder, Flying Lion immediately knew her decision, flying to the valley. It's so cold. After a few minutes flying, He Manqing couldn't help shaking. What's going on? Why is that valley so icy cold? Why, Sister Xinyan? Xia Xinyan was also shaking, and tears were welling up in her eyes. She was choking with sobs. It's him. It's him. He in the valley. Who? He Qing Man was confused at first, and then realized whom she meant, crying disbelievingly, You mean Shi Yan? It must be him. Xia Xinyan nodded affirmatively, saying as if smiling when crying, That guy was dragged into an ice hole by the ice-cold flame, and now the icy qi in the valley is clearly from the ice-cold flame. Then, if the flame is in the valley, he must be there too. If the ice-cold flame is there, can he be alive? He Qing Man found it unbelievable. After second thought, she said with a strange expression, But if his soul was controlled by the ice cold, and then it makes sense that his physical body still exists. He's not dead to some extent. Does the master of Yang family mean this by saying that Shi Yan is alive? Xia Xinyan's body shook, and then she stared at He Qing Man angrily. Qing Man, stop telling this kind of joke. It's not funny at all. He Qing Man was surprised, knowing that Xia Xinyan was genuinely angry. She shut her mouth, not daring to utter another word. She only sighed silently. It was so cold in the valley, and obviously the ice-cold flame was there now. How could Shi Yan, a warrior in the disaster realm, survive there? Even if he was alive, he must be a walking dead now. Chapter 171, The Royalty Level Secret Treasure. Chapter 171, The Royalty Level Secret Treasure. Sponsored by Bornemissa Peter, Daniel Lee, and E.G. Arakan. Grabbing the soul-gathering pearl. Shi Yan was swiftly swimming towards the surface of the pool. Numerous souls in the pool were turning into black lights and going straight into the soul-gathering pearl. The soul-gathering pearl, whose 3/5 area was covered by Shi Yan's spit, still generated huge attraction to the souls, collecting all the souls in the pool into itself. Shi Yan finally surfaced on the pool. After taking a deep breath of fresh air, he began to climb onto the edge. Then there came the ice-cold flame's order, Don't come out. Shi Yan was surprised and confused, but he obeyed the ice-cold flame's warning and took several breaths of fresh air and went back into the pool. He was originally good at challenging his extremes and had always played the game of holding breath underwater. Thus, staying underwater for a long time was a piece of cake to him. In this world, even without practicing martial arts, he could stay for 7 to 8 minutes underwater. Now, his body was no longer the same as the normal people and had much more power compared to before. Now he could easily stay for half an hour underwater. After taking a deep breath of air, Shi Yan went back into the water and then asked the ice-cold flame, What's wrong? There's a very tough guy hiding in the valley right now. According to the ranking of you human beings, he is in the Nirvana realm. My power is confined by the ring, and I'm unable to kill that guy. Only if you let me out of this ring would I be able to, or else you cannot deal with him on your own. The ice-cold flame thus explained. A warrior in the Nirvana realm. Shi Yan was shocked. After a moment of meditation, he realized that the guy the ice-cold flame was talking about was probably Gu Jiang's father, Gulai. On his way to Cloud's Island, he heard something about the Gu family from Linda. He was told that Gulai and his son Gu Jiang stayed on Cloud's Island to plan the negotiation with the Yang family, and Gulai was in the Nirvana realm. In this valley, first, there was only Gujanga. Now, there was another warrior, meaning that it was very likely to be Gulai. Most of the ice-cold flame's power was sealed in the ring and could not be fully used. Although the soul-gathering pearl was very powerful, it was powerful only to souls. Gulai still had his physical body, so the pearl would only have very little impact on him. It was impossible to control him with the pearl. If Shi Yan came out of the pool, and Gulai truly wanted to kill him, then Shi Yan would not be able to go against Gulai. Ironically, Shi Yan had no idea that Gulai was actually more afraid of him. You have to wait until he has left. While you're in the soul-gathering pool, he does not dare to come in to kill you. Now, slow down gathering the souls in the pool so that the pool water will not be too clear. Be careful, and once you find someone else in the pool, sink down immediately. Shi Yan nodded in the water. Okay. After replying to the flame, Shi Yan dived down a little bit and kept his face up to watch closely at the surface of the pool. Many souls had been collected by the soul-gathering pearl, and the soul mirror over the pool had vanished. Without the soul mirror, the channel connecting the two realms no longer existed. There was no more demon qi coming in from the demon realm. Sure, Yan was a little bit nervous. Concentrating on the pool's surface, he was alert and ready to react to any changes. At a secret corner in the valley, Gulai and Gujanga were hiding. They were even more cautious than Shi Yan. They had spotted Shi Yan coming from the water, but neither of them dared to take action. Instead, they were waiting for the soul of the demon Master Mojito. The flying speed of souls was much faster than those of human bodies. As soon as Demon Master Mojito received Guile's message, demon clouds began gathering over the valley. The demon clouds were forming an enormous demon shadow at the center of the demon clouds. An evil chi dashed down towards Gulai all of a sudden. Where's the soul mirror? Gulai, you cheated me. How dare you? I'll show you no mercy. Please don't be angry. Gulai was petrified. He said, I really wanted to help you. That's why I killed so many villagers and gathered newly born souls to open us the channel for you to connect the two realms. But I never expected that something would happen on the way. A type of sky fire had obtained a man's physical body and controlled the man down into the soul-gathering pool to destroy the soul-gathering pearl. Gulai was so terrified that he explained the situation rapidly and added, I've always wanted to cooperate with you, and I never expected that things would turn out this way. Sky fire. Mojito's consciousness was heard from the demon clouds, then go down into the pool to see if the man got the soul-gathering pearl or not. As long as he has not obtained it, I have my ways to deal with him. But if he knows how to use the pearl, then even I do not dare to fight with him head-on. Me going down? Gulai forced a smile on his face. The ice-cold flame is very powerful, and once I get into the pool, I will be frozen to death. If you don't go down, I will destroy your soul right now. Mojito's consciousness said brutally, Stop saying any more rubbish. Go down into the soul-gathering pool now. If you waste my time, I'll kill both you and your son. Gulai's face went pale. He took a glimpse of Gujanga by his side and gritted his teeth. Okay, I'll go. Whoosh! At this moment, a flash of green light flew across the sky. The detached-looking Mo. Duanhuin suddenly appeared over the valley. Frowning, he spread his mind over the whole valley and immediately sensed the location of Gulai and Gujanga. Gulai, how dare you? You ganged up with the demons. Do you know what the Yang family hates the most? Gulai, who was just about to take action, looked over at Mo. Duanhuin, surprisingly. Fear filled his eyes. Gujanga lowered his head and kept silent. He had no idea what to do at this moment. It didn't matter if it was the demon Master Mojito or the top of the 3 Shura Kings, Mo. Duanhuin. As long as they wanted to kill them, they had no chance to survive. At this moment, he dared not to take action. for he does not want to annoy Mo Duanhuin, who could destroy his soul in an instant. Gu Lai was in a dilemma. He could not answer Mo Duanhuin, of course, and could only send a message to Mojito via his soul. What do I do now? Stop hesitating. Go down the pool now and see what happened. Leave Mo Duanhuin to me. As long as I'm here, there's nothing he can do. The demon Master Mojito replied impatiently. Then, the demon clouds began changing forms. All of a sudden, the demon shadow distorted and covered Mo Duanhuin like a black veil. Although it was Mojito's soul that had come, it had the power of the God realm. His soul could gather demon chi to form various forms of powerful attacks. The demon clouds covered Mo Duanhuin, and numerous evil chi began to attack him. These forces could destroy the souls of all creatures, and they were all rushing towards Mo Duanhuin's soul. Sounds of explosion were heard in the valley. The attacks of the evil chi were just as powerful as physical attacks. The valley, which had been frozen by the ice-cold flame, was exploding. Ice and stones were flying everywhere, giving out blinding lights. The attack of the demon Master Mojito had destroyed the solid ice which sealed the whole valley. Mo Duanhuin became a shining spot in all the evil chi. Then a flashing light came out of the explosion. From this light, trees, flowers, grass, creatures, people, countries, and landscapes were vaguely visible. The image of universal nature. A woman's cry was heard from the valley. He Ching Man was screaming, full of surprise. This is the image of universal nature, the royalty's secret treasure of the Yang family. This is the most powerful one out of the Yang family's defense treasures, and it had rarely appeared beyond the immortal island. Master, Mo brought it this time. No wonder he could sustain Mojito's soul attacks for such a long time. Xia Xinyan's eyes also shined. The image of universal nature encompasses all the creatures and landscapes in the world, all the lives, trees and grass, demon beasts, countries, and landscapes. The Yang family had spent much effort on producing it. It not only encompasses all the creatures and landscapes in the world, but can also resist any attack, including soul attacks. Royalty's secret treasure is truly powerful. He Ching Man was very excited. I've only heard about the image of universal nature before. This is the first time I have seen it in person. How amazing! In the sky, Missouri Duanhuin was standing in the center of the image of universal nature as a shining point. Around the shining point, all kinds of images were projected and kept changing. The demon Master Mojito's soul attacks needed to pierce through all the layers of images projected by the image of universal nature. However, the power of the attacks weakened after going through every layer. Mo Duanhuin knew that his soul was not in the same realm with that of Mojito, so he did not dare to fight soul to soul with Mojito. He only used the image of universal nature to resist Mojito's soul attacks and did not have a way to fight back. At this moment, Gu Lai was heading towards the soul-gathering pool under Mojito's order. Sure, Yen is probably at the bottom of the pool. Mo Duanhuin shouted all of a sudden, "Do not let Gu Lai go into the pool!" Since the level 6 wind thunder flying lion was faster than the level 4 or 5 cyan bloodbats, the Shura blood guards had not arrived in the valley yet. Now, only Xia Xinyan and He Ching Man were floating over the valley. Hearing Mo Duanhuin's shout, He Ching Man pursed her lips and whispered, "Gu Lai is in the Nirvana realm. I cannot beat him. What's worse is that the demon Master Mojito is here. If I go to fight against Gu Lai now, I'm very likely to be attacked by Mojito. I cannot act rashly. I'll go." Knowing that Sure Yen might be at the bottom of the pool, Xia Xinyan, without any hesitation, drew a deep breath, activated her reincarnation martial spirit, jumped from the back of the wind thunder flying lion while entering the sky realm. She then rushed towards Gu Lai, who had reached the side of the pool. Seeing Xia Xinyan descending from the sky, Gu Lai's face turned as pale as death. He froze there as if waiting for something. A flash of a soul attack suddenly came from the demon clouds. Xia Xinyan, who had been flying in the sky, suddenly fell down, her mouth full of blood. "Sister Xinyan!" He Qingman cried. She tapped the wind, thunder, flying lion, whom then flew rapidly toward Xia Xinyan and caught her before she dropped onto the ground. He Qingman tore down Xia Xinyan's veil and found that her face was as pale as a white piece of paper. The lights in her eyes were fading and blood was streaming down from her mouth. "Sister Xinyan! Xinyan!" He Qingman was extremely worried. She took out a pill from her pockets and put it into Xia Xinyan's mouth. Then, riding the flying lion, she took Xia Xinyan away from the soul-gathering pool. Chapter 172. The Demon King was alarmed. Chapter 172. The Demon King was alarmed. In the soul-gathering pool, Shi Yan looked up at the surface of the pool, guarding cautiously against Gulai who might come down at any time. Being in the pool, he was not aware of what was happening outside. He did not know that in such a short period of time, both Demon Master Mojito and Emo Duanhuin had arrived in the valley. Since a large number of souls had been absorbed by the soul-gathering pearl, the soul-gathering pool looked much clearer than before. Being in the pool, Shi Yan sensed a violent tremor coming from the valley as if the earth was shaking. This made him more alert, looking out for any trace of danger from above. All of a sudden, a familiar figure appeared over the pool. Xia Xinyan. Although he could not see it clearly from the pool, Shi Yan immediately recognized Xia Xinyan through her perfect body. Xia's beautiful figure flew past the pool. Suddenly she started falling and was caught by a demon beast. All of this happened in an instant, and when Shi Yan realized that Xia Xinyan was injured, she had disappeared, carried away by the wind thunder lion. Shi Yan felt a surge of rage. No longer hiding, Shi Yan swam up towards the surface of the pool as fast as he could. "What are you doing? That guy must be still there." The ice-cold flame responded soon. Shi Yan did not reply. His face looked ferocious, and an aura of evil, craziness, and hatred surrounded him. Suddenly, Shi Yan entered the twofold sky, and his power doubled. "Don't go out!" The ice-cold flame shouted anxiously. Shi Yan turned a deaf ear to it. Splash! Waves appeared on the surface of the soul-gathering pool. Shi Yan jumped out of the pool and stood on the bank with a fierce-looking face. Gulai, who was about to enter the pool, was shocked. Seeing Shi Yan appeared, he hurried to hide, running towards Gujana. Gulai had always believed that Shi Yan's body was occupied by the ice-cold flame, knowing that he himself was no rival to the sky fire. So upon seeing Shi Yan, he immediately hid himself to avoid face-to-face confrontation. Coming out of the soul-gathering pool, Shi Yan glanced around himself maliciously. In the sky over the valley, dense demon clouds were surrounding a ball of green light. The impact of the soul's attack were spreading everywhere. Gulai was rushing to a mountain cave beside him. He could vaguely see the figure of Gu Jianga at the entrance of the cave. Far away, a demon beast was leaving the valley, carrying Xia Xinyan. On the back of the beast, there was another hot woman who was feeding Xinyan some pills. "Xinyan!" Shi Yan shouted to the sky, standing beside the pool. He Qingman, who was on the back of the wind thunder lion, was rather shocked by Shi Yan's cry. She looked down and saw Shi Yan, who was both sad and angry. She was badly soul-attacked by Demon Master Mojito. He Qingman shouted back, gritting her teeth. "For you! She was trying to save you. Mojito!" Shi Yan looked up at the sky, asking the ice-cold flame with his mind, "How can we absorb his soul?" Turn the part of the soul-gathering pearl which has been covered towards the guy's soul, and use your mind power to form a connection between his soul and the soul gathering pearl. You only need to release a part of your mind power. Get close to the guy's soul, and the soul gathering pearl will connect with his soul automatically. Then the pearl will absorb his soul. Got it? Shi Yan immediately released some mind power, and this power formed a light beam, shooting straight up into the demon clouds in the sky. Suddenly, a beam of black light shot from the uncovered part of the soul gathering pearl. Then streams of soul's lights started shooting from the soul gathering pearl, feeding into the weird-looking black light which shone at Demon Master Mojito's soul. Numerous souls were appearing from the black light and were condensing in the beam. The souls were tangling with each other, empowering the black light to the extent that Demon Master Mojito's soul were unable to withstand it any longer. In the thick demon clouds, Demon Master Mojito's soul was captured by the black light, and it could not move a single bit. The demon shadow started wavering and was drawn into the black light generated from the soul gathering pearl. Who dares to do this to me? An enormous mind message was spreading across the whole valley that every warrior in the valley could hear it clearly. This was the consciousness of Demon Master Mojito. However, with his soul constrained, this mind message only conveyed his consciousness without the power of soul attack. Whoever you are, Shi Yan sneered, you will not go back once you came. I'll kill you. I'll make you wish you've never been born. The consciousness of Demon Master Mojito was sounding in the valley, but the demon shadow formed by his soul was being absorbed into the black light shining from the soul gathering pearl. The soul gathering pearl was only effective to souls. If it was Demon Master Mojito himself, not the soul that had come, then Shi Yan would not be able to beat him even after 100 years. Mojito, who was in the spirit realm, was one of the 4 demon masters in the 4th demon area and was the most powerful one under the 2 demon king. No matter in the 4th demon area or the endless sea, he was so notorious that everybody was afraid of him. Common warriors was petrified upon hearing the title of demon master, let alone wanting to fight against him. Years ago, King Yangqing led a group of excellent warriors from the Yang family to the 4th demon area and only killed 1 demon master after going through all kinds of dangers. And they were severely injured by the other 3 demon masters that they barely made it back to the endless sea. And Mojito was among the demon master who had barely killed King Yangqing. And now, Shi Yan, a warrior merely in the disaster realm, was not afraid of Mojito and was about to destroy Mojito's soul with the help of the soul gathering pearl. This was too shocking to the warriors present in the valley. Surprise even surfaced on Emo Duanhuan's expressionless face. He was now at the center of the image of universal nature, looking down unbelievingly at Shi Yan. The Shura guards who had just arrived all felt Mojito's consciousness, and all heard Shi Yan's challenge to Mojito. These Shura guards were all startled. Some of them rubbed their eyes, wondering if something were wrong with their eyes. Gulai and Gujiana were cringing at the entrance of the cave. They were too shocked that their face went pale. He Qingman, who was on the back of the Wind Thunder Lion, were more than surprised, not knowing what was going on down there. She had never heard of the soul gathering pearl, let alone that the soul gathering pearl in Shi Yan's hand that could constrain Mojito's soul. She found the whole thing unreal. Shi Yan trapped Mojito's soul with the black light and was drawing Mojito's soul into the black crystal ball in his hand. Shi Yan turned a blind eye to the surroundings and was coldly staring at the black light and Mojito's soul that was drawn into the soul gathering pearl. Great, great. The ice-cold flame was excited. This is the soul of the spirit realm master. This guy's soul is as powerful as hundreds of thousands of common people's souls combined. Getting this soul, the soul gathering pearl, can be used to refine the pure soul power. That will be enough for us too. Shi Yan kept his silence, concentrating his mind to guide the black light. Holding the soul gathering pearl, He could feel vaguely that there was some connection between himself and the black light. Through the black light, he could feel how horribly powerful Mojito's soul was. The chi of Mojito's soul was as enormous as oceans, as high as mountains. Feeling it for merely 1 second, one would feel awed and would no longer dare to fight against it. If Shi Yan had not been so strong-willed, he would probably broke down under the enormous pressure from Mojito's soul and would very likely flee. The shock to the soul was sometimes much more powerful than the attacks on the physical body. Suddenly, a consciousness of worship was sent out from Mojito's soul in the black light. A strange type of aura started spreading in the valley, as if Mojito's soul was eulogizing something, as if it was praying to some god, praying for a gift from God. In the valley, demon air was now gathering 100 times faster, and in the gray sky, a visible crack appeared. Demon air was pouring down from the crack like flood breaching the dike. A huge, white, bony hand suddenly reached out from the crack. The hand was as white as jade, yet dense demon air was coming from its fingers and palm. In a moment, the whole cloud's island was covered by demon air. The 5 fingers of the huge, white hand curled, each finger as big as a mountain. They came out of nowhere and went straight to fetch Mojito's soul in the black light. Shi Yan, release! Mo Duanhuan shouted in the sky. Release! The ice-cold flame also informed. Shi Yan was shocked. He does not dare to hesitate and cut off his mind power at once, and covered the black part of the soul-gathering pearl with one hand. The connection between the black light and the soul-gathering pearl broke immediately. The huge, white, bony hand grabbed randomly, and the black light coming from the soul-gathering pearl was shattered like pieces of glass. The hand did not stay longer, as it only grabbed Mojito's soul and cringed back into the crack. Boy, I remember the stigma of your soul. A consciousness that was powerful enough to destroy the whole world was heard from the crack. All colors of light were shining in the crack, and the thick demon air over Cloud's island was streaming crazily into the crack. In an instant, all the demon air had disappeared into the crack without a single trace. Crimson clouds at sunset began to appear in the sky, shiny and beautiful. Now it was at dusk. Cold sweats appeared on Shi Yan's forehead. One of his hand was still covering the exposed part of the soul-gathering pearl. Even now, he could not dare to loosen his grip. Demon King Bo Sun, skeletal avatar. Gritting his teeth, Shi Yan looked up at the sky. His face looked serious but determined. Chapter 173. The Beauty Fell Asleep. Chapter 173. The Beauty Fell Asleep. All was quiet in the valley. All the warriors in the valley were looking up in the sky at the crack that was gradually closing, and the huge, white, bony hand that was being pulled back into the crack. It was Demon King Bo Sun, one of the 2 supremacies in the 4 demon areas. Seeing Demon Master Mojito being trapped, he used his power to tear apart the space and brought Mojito's soul back to the demon area. If it was not the huge, white, bony hand of Bo Sun, Mojito's soul would have hardly survived the power of the soul-gathering pearl. Even his soul was in the spirit realm. It could not get rid of the constraints of the soul-gathering pool, and would be among the hundreds of thousands of souls absorbed by the pearl. The appearance of Bo Sun's huge, white, bony hand had shocked all of the warriors in the valley. Under the pressure of the hand's horribly destructive power, even Mo Duanhuan felt somewhat helpless. Fortunately, Bo Sun's aim was merely to bring Mojito's soul back. If he was really determined to deal with the warriors in the valley, then all the people in the valley would probably die except for Mo Duanhuan, who might be able to use the image of universal nature to escape. Shi Yan was looking up at the sunglow. His face looked extremely serious. This was the second time that he had seen the Demon King taking action. The first time was on his way to the Endless Sea, when Skeletal Avatar suddenly appeared and grabbed Xiaohani into the fourth demon area. This time, Bo Sun's Skeletal Avatar reappeared and saved Mojito. The extraordinary power of Bo Sun truly frightened Shi Yan. The huge pressure on people's souls made them feel like they were fighting against an invincible god. No wonder people would easily give up fighting. If it were not his extraordinarily tough mind, he would be kneeling down at Bo Sun's terrifying power. Mo Duanhuan, too, was watching the crack in the sky closing with a serious look. He waited until the last trace of demon air had disappeared on the cloud's island and then flew down from the sky, standing beside Shi Yan. Master Yan, Mo Duanhuan bowed slightly. I was ordered by the family master to come here and take you to the immortal island. Shi Yan frowned. You knew I'm still alive? My family master used 3 drops of immortal blood and knew that you had not been possessed by the ice-cold flame, and that you will be here on the Clouds Island by now. Then we agreed to reconcile with the Gu family, and chose to come here since that we knew you would be here too. Mo Duanhuan nodded. I see. Shi Yan was rather surprised. He was surprised by the master of the Yang family, King Yangqing's methods. He merely used 3 drops of immortal blood and knew whether Shi Yan was dead or alive. This was almost as powerful as God. It was said that King Yangqing had entered the spirit realm after he had finished cultivating his vital energy, and that his power had been enhanced substantially. It seemed that the rumors were true now. Do we need to deal with Gu Lai and his son first? Sure. Yan was about to say something else until he saw Gu Lai in the cave beside them. Mo Duanhuan expressionlessly nodded, and then asked for Shi Yan's opinion. How would you want to deal with them? Gu Lai and Gu Jianga looked pale after seeing Mojito's soul being constrained by Shi Yan's soul-gathering pearl. Now, their faces were even more paler, hearing the conversation between Shi Yan and Mo Duanhuan. They looked at each other, and hopelessness filled their eyes. How would you deal with people who had colluded with demon dwellers? Shi Yan thought for a few seconds and sneered. These two used the secret methods of that faction to kill thousands of common people, used their souls to build the bridge for demon dwellers, and then guided demon Master Mojito here. Having committed this kind of crime, do they deserve to be killed? They do. Mo Duanhuan nodded. I'll kill Gu Lai first and keep Gu Jianga alive so that we can take him back to the Gu family. Then we can use Gu Jianga's memory to prove what had happened in this valley. At that time, the Gu family will have to admit what they had done. Okay, do as you wish. Shi Yan smiled. Mo Duanhuan said no more. Mo Duanhuan was originally standing beside Shi Yan, but now his figure became gradually fuzzy as he was disappearing under Shi Yan's eyes. Meanwhile, a shrill cry was heard from the valley beside Shi Yan. Soon after the cry, Gu Jianga's scream could also be heard, Father! Shi Yan was surprised and found that Mo Duanhuan's figure had completely disappeared. Looking over to the cave, Shi Yan found that Gu Lai had already died. Blood continued to pour out of his eyes, ears, and mouth. Mo Duanhuan's figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the valley. Then he stretched out his hand and pressed against Gu Jianga's head. Flashes of green light came out from Mo Duanhuan's palm and went into Gu Jianga's head. Gu Jianga's eyes gradually went dim as he screamed painfully. At last he stopped screaming and just stood there stiffly. Grabbing Gu Jianga with one hand, Mo Duanhuan flew back to Shi Yan's side and threw him to a Shura guard as he ordered, take him. Everything happened so fast that Shi Yan did not see how Mo Duanhuan did it exactly. In an instant, Gu Lai was killed and Gu Jianga was under Mo Duanhuan's control after a few cries. Now, Gu Jianga became delirious since his soul had been imprisoned. The 6th-level demon beast of the evil Wonderland, the Wind Thunder Lion, suddenly descended from the sky and stood beside Shi Yan and Mo Duanhuan. Sister Sinyan's soul had been severely injured. He Qing Man, who was coming down the Wind Thunder Lion, said anxiously. She had been unconscious since then. What should we do? Shi Yan went towards the Wind Thunder Lion immediately. The Wind Thunder Lion howled, opening its fierce-looking mouth and staring angrily at Shi Yan, not allowing him to come close. Easy. He Qing Man slightly kicked the Wind Thunder Lion on one of its wings. The Wind Thunder Lion immediately became obedient. It just stared at Shi Yan without any movement. It seemed to be very afraid of He Qing Man. Shi Yan came to the Wind Thunder Lion and saw Xia Xinyan, whom he had not seen for 3 years. She was as beautiful as 3 years ago, but her face was pale now, and there was traces of blood on her lips. Her eyes were closed, covered by her long eyelashes. Sister Xinyan knew that you were in the pool, and that Gulai was about to go into the pool to find you. Thus, she immediately used her reincarnation martial spirit, trying to stop Gulai. But at that time, Demon Master Mojito suddenly interfered and used soul attack to injure her soul. He Qing Man was very worried, lamenting, "Soul injuries are much harder to heal than physical injuries. And Demon Master Mojito is in the spirit realm. His soul attacks are terribly powerful. I'm afraid Sister Xinyan will never recover from this injury." He Qing Man and Xia Xinyan were very close. Else, she would not come here together with Xia Xinyan despite knowing that there was danger here. After Xia Xinyan was severely injured, He Qing Man had taken out all kinds of healing pills she had on her to feed Xia Xinyan. However, Xia Xinyan stayed unconscious, and her soul was extremely weak. He Qing Man tried to communicate with Xia Xinyan via her mind, but found that Xia Xinyan's soul has dispersed without a concentrated soul. Xia could not receive the mind message she sent. After realizing this, He Qing Man became more worried from not knowing what to do. After examining Xia Xinyan in detail, Shi Yan's face looked serious. Xia Xinyan's soul has indeed been dispersed, and it could be called a human vegetable state in his world. She might never be able to wake up. Lord Mo, come have a look. Shi Yan suddenly looked up at Mo Duanhuan and said, "I don't want anything bad happen to her." Mo Duanhuan nodded softly, walked slowly to Xia Xinyan, and stretched out one finger to touch the backside of Xia Xinyan's head. Some power of the soul was generating from Mo Duanhuan's finger and was being transmitted into Xia Xinyan's mind. Mo Duanhuan's face became grave. Shi Yan's heart tightened and his face changed color. Telling from Mo Duanhuan's expression, Shi Yan knew that Xia Xinyan's injury must be more severe than they had thought. And it was true. Before long, Mo Duanhuan pulled back his finger and said seriously, "She's badly injured, and it is very difficult to concentrate her mind." Taking a blow from Mojito, even the souls of warriors in the Nirvana realm would be destroyed in an instant, let alone the soul of a warrior in the Earth realm. The reason why her soul was not destroyed was because of her reincarnation martial spirit. If it were not the reincarnation martial spirit, she would have been dead by now. Lord Mo, what are you talking about? He Qing Man asked anxiously. Little Xia's reincarnation martial spirit gathered her souls of her previous lives at the crucial moment and helped her withstand Mojito's soul attack. The memory and consciousness of her previous lives and her memory and consciousness of this life were disorganized by Mojito's attack. Therefore, right now, she has not only the memory of this life, but those of her previous lives, and many lives at that. The memories were too disorganized and too large in number, causing her soul to break down. In this case, she is very unlikely to recover unless we sort her memories out. Shi Yan's face changed a little. Then what can we do? Nothing. Mo Duanhuan waved his head helplessly after a few seconds. The injury in soul cannot be healed by pills. She can come around only if she could sort out those messy memories and consciousness by herself. And this process might take 1 year, 100 years, or forever. What? He Qing Man screamed. You mean Sister Xinyan might never wake up? How can this be? Is there nothing we can do to help? Really? Shi Yan gritted his teeth. There is no way I know of. Mo, Duanhuan lamented. Hopelessness filled He Qingman's eyes. Then she stared at Shi Yan and blamed. You! It's because of you. If it were not for you, Sister Xinyan would not be like this. Shi Yan did not know how to respond. At this moment, the blood vein ring began to shine. Shi Yan, who was blaming himself, let his mind enter the blood vein ring and asked impatiently, What are you crying for? It's only an injury to her soul. The consciousness of the ice-cold flame scorned. How stupid you are! You have the soul gathering pool in your hand. Once it is refined, the pure soul power in it will be the panacea for healing souls. As long as that woman is alive, the soul power of the pearl is able to heal her and make her as lively as before. Shi Yan's eyes started shining as happiness resurfaced onto his face. Chapter 174, Misunderstanding. Chapter 174, Misunderstanding. You're heartless. He mocking sneered. Her bright eyes were chillingly cold. She hatefully stared at Shi Yan and said, Sister Xinyan is like this because of you, and you are actually feeling happy? Do you even have a conscience? She kept looking at Shi Yan scornfully after she caught a bit of joyous expression on Shi Yan's face. Obviously, she would know that after communicating with the ice-cold flame, Shi Yan had come with a way to save Xia Xinyan. He Qing Man just thought that Shi Yan must be feeling lucky, and immediately started criticizing him. She felt bitter in her heart and got angered upon seeing Shi Yan being ungrateful. Those Shura blood guards nearby also got confused. Seeing the happy look on Shi Yan's face, they also felt something was amiss. With even Mo Duanhuan saying that Xia Xinyan would be hard to treat, it was evident that Xia Xinyan's soul was injured heavily. At this moment, seeing the joyous Shi Yan made everyone suspect his intentions. Only Mo Duanhuan thought otherwise, and looked at the blood vein ring on Shi Yan's hand with a thoughtful expression. Shi Yan was aware of He Qingman's scolding, but he simply ignored it. His consciousness was deep into the ring, still in conversation with the ice-cold flame. In order to convert the souls into pure soul power, how do you refine the soul-gathering pearl? It's very easy. The ice-cold flame was just waiting for this question from Shi Yan. Burn the soul-gathering pearl in a special fire, destroying all the soul impurities inside the soul-gathering pearl. What remains will be soul power that is pure enough to be absorbed. A special fire? Shi Yan thought for a moment. You are also one of the sky fires. Will you be able to do it? No. The ice-cold flame immediately responded. You have to use extremely hot temperatures in order to burn away the soul impurities inside the pearl. Although the ice-cold flame was one of the sky fires, it was very special. Usually, most sky fires were very hot, capable of burning everything in their path, but ice-cold flame was chilling to the bone. It had the exact opposite characteristics of sealing everything in ice. As the soul-gathering pearl needed extremely high temperature to refine, the fire from the ice-cold flame would be of no use. Does that mean that I will need another sky fire to refine the pearl? Shi Yan's heart sank. Sky fires are the most extraordinary fire in the world. If it is really needed, where in the world I would find it? You won't be needing a sky fire exactly. The ice-cold flame said after a moment. The fire at the center of 100,000-foot-tall volcano will be enough to refine the pearl, as long as you are able to find a 10,000-year-old volcano. Just place the pearl in its center. Let me take a look at it, and I will know whether the idea will work out or not. Enter the center of a 10,000-year-old volcano. Shi Yan's face slightly changed. I would probably be burnt to ashes halfway. The central region of a 10,000-year-old volcano was extremely hot. Let alone a disaster realm warrior, even an Earth realm or a Nirvana realm strong warrior, would probably not be able to hold up if he rashly entered into the center of a 10,000-year-old volcano. The ice-cold flame suggestion made Sure Yen full of despondence. "Hey, I am talking to you." He Quigman stood in front of Sure Yen proudly, with her plump and seductive chest. Her eyes were still chilly as she glared at Sure Yen. "What, are you mute? Or half speechless?" Sure Yen, who was in a deep discussion with the ice-cold flame, suddenly woke from He Qingman's shout. Naturally, he didn't know what He Qingman had said. Sure, Yen still had some good opinions towards He Manqing. Since when Xia Xinyan's body fell from the sky, it was this woman who ordered her demon beast to rescue Xia Xinyan. Or else, even if Xia Xinyan's soul were to recover in the future, her body would have been half wasted. Because of that, Sure Yen felt some gratitude towards He Qingman, and he also knew her worries were all because of Xia Xinyan. So Sure Yen didn't mind He Qingman's unfriendly attitude. "Sister Xinyan is in this state, and you are happy." He Qingman clenched her teeth. "I've never seen a heartless man like you." In the Kiara Sea, Sister Xinyan is the most desired girl. God knows how many young men has a soft spot for her. There are way too many who are more handsome and stronger than you. But just for you, in these 3 years, Sister Xinyan had been fighting with the Gu and Dongfang families all along, knowing that you came to Cloud's Island. She even risked her life to come and find you. And because of you, she is now like this. But you are secretly feeling happy. You're truly cruel and ungrateful, the most shameless of all. The more He Qingman thought about it, the more she disliked Sure Yen. She ruthlessly insulted him. Sure, Yen didn't know if he should laugh or cry from her fierce scolding. He felt that this woman had some problems inside, and she judged the situation without knowing anything. Such an opinionated person. So Sure Yen once again became silent and chose to continue ignoring her. "How do I enter into the center of a 10,000-year-old volcano?" Sure Yen communicated. "Did you forget about me?" The ice-cold flame answered proudly, "With my cold energy as a protection. What kind of volcano can't you enter? How can a mere earth fire oppose against me? With me to protect you, what do you have to be scared about?" Sure Yen immediately realized the truth. Because of Xia Xinyan's injuries, his mind was kind of in a mess. He actually forgot about how frightening the ice-cold flame's cold energy was. Menluo Island, back in the day, was a land where volcanoes gathered. Even this kind of place still became an ice island under the ice-cold flame's cold energy. In this whole world, what kind of volcano can it go deep into? I understand now. Sure Yan's mind settled down, and once again there was a joyous expression on his face. "Shameless! Shameless!" He Qingman's clenching teeth made gritting sounds. "I've really never seen people like you. How unfortunate that Sister Xinyan actually complimented you all along. This is really an eye-opener for me. How could such a smart person like Sister Xinyan fancy a guy like you? I really feel unfair for her." After He Manqing taunted for so long, she saw Sure Yen smile again. This really made her anger go through the roof. If Mo Duanhuan weren't next to her, she might have not been able to hold back and attack Sure Yen to teach him a lesson. Is it fun for you to talk to yourself?" Sure Yan's consciousness returned from the blood vein ring. He slightly glanced at He Qingman and said indifferently, "If it were anyone else, after being wronged and scolded for so long, they would feel a little annoyed from inside. Sure Yen was no exception. He Qingman didn't get the situation at all, and subjectively thought him as a heartless and unfaithful heartbreaker. She clenched her teeth and scolded him for minutes, and seeing that he didn't speak, she just kept scolding. This made Sure Yen feel that this woman really had problems. You. He Manqing pointed at Sure Yen. She was breathing fast, and her breasts were high up, curving into a seductive figure. She was so upset at the moment that she actually couldn't speak. Sure, Yen looked at her sideways. He knew that this woman had a hot body, and her looks must be extraordinary too. But at the moment his mind wasn't thinking in this regard, so he was too lazy to bother with her. After glancing once at Hiching-man, he turned his head away to ask Mo, Duanhuan by his side, "Are there any 10,000-year-old volcanoes around here?" "There are none nearby." Mo Dinahan was stunned, but he pondered for a second. "But there are some in the Kiara Sea. The biggest 10,000-year-old volcano is in the Fire Cloud Island, controlled by the evil Wonderland. Miss, he knows the best about this area, as the current master of Fire Cloud Island is Luo, her father." Shi Yen dazed for a second. His expression immediately became weird. He turned his head and looked at Hiching-man once again. Hiching-man was still mad. She clenched her teeth and fiercely stared at Shi Yen. "No matter what you want to do, I won't help you. You heartless, unfaithful heartbreaker. Just looking at you gets on my nerves." Then Hiching-man's hot, beautiful body casually moved, and in an instant she was already sitting on the winged Thunder Lion. With the moving of her long, beautiful legs, Hiching-man shouted, "Let's go!" "Wait." Shi Yen frowned. He suddenly blocked the Wind Thunder Lion and raised his head to look at Hiching-man, who sat high above on the Wind Thunder Lion, and said, "You can go, but Xinyan has to stay with me." "What gives you that right?" Hiching-man's eyes turned cold. "Sister, Xinyan came with me, and now that her soul is heavily injured, I have to use the greatest speed to escort her back to the Xia family. When the Xia family knows that Sister Xinyan has been injured so badly, they would definitely use all their power to find a way to save her. Unlike you, they will never do nothing and even gloat around." The Wind Thunder Lion was ready to move. Hiching-man sat on top and condescendingly looked down at Shi Yen, taunting with her words. The level 6 Wind Thunder Lion realized its mistress's anger. Its bell-sized dark red eyes fiercely started at Shi Yen, and raised its head to release an angry roar. A level 6 demon beast was comparable to a Nirvana realm warrior. After this Wind Thunder Lion's angry roar, 2 wind blades formed into shape and shot at Shi Yen. "Stupid beast!" Hiching-man shouted, and the look in her eyes slightly changed. Mo Duanhuan snorted coldly and, just like a phantom, appeared in front of the Wind Thunder Lion. His big hands grabbed out and actually held the wind blades. He furrowed his brows and looked at Hiching-man. "Do you need me to discipline your demon beast?" "It's a misunderstanding." Hiching-man was startled as she hurriedly stomped her foot. She stepped on the Wind Thunder Lion's head, secretly scolding at how stupid this demon beast was. With Mo Duanhuan so near it, the Wind Thunder Lion had already settled down. It hurriedly laid down again, and didn't even dare to raise its head. It didn't dare to look at Mo Duanhuan, scared that he might act ruthlessly. A level 6 demon beast already had some wisdom. "Leave Xinyan." Shi Yan's face was grim. He stood in front of the Wind Thunder Lion and coldly looked at Hiching-man. "Even if you're a Yang family member, you still have no right to command me." Hiching-man gritted her teeth. "Sister Xinyan came with me, so she has to leave with me. I will never give Sister Xinyan to a heartless man like you." "I can save her," Shi Yen said with a deep voice. "You can save her." Hiching-man dazed for a second, and then said in disdain, "Even Master Mo can't do anything. What way do you have to save her? Your capabilities are not good, but your tone sure is arrogant. Young Master Yen, do you want to go to the Fire Cloud Island?" Mo Duanhuan saw that at this rate there would be no end to this argument, and finally couldn't help but say, "If you're going to the Fire Cloud Island, then you don't need to move Xia. Miss, he should be going back to the Fire Cloud Island too. We can just go the same way." After Mo Duan Huan said that. Shi Yan pondered for a moment and also agreed. I am going to the Fire Cloud Island. Master Mo, what about you? Before returning to Immortal Island, I will keep following you. Mo, Duan Huan responded. All right then. Shi Yan nodded and walked towards the only level 6 Cyan bloodbath there. Then you can escort me to Fire Cloud Island. All right. Dash. Edited by Vic, Chanks, and Bobby. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.